The Riverside Literature Series, A Treasury of War Poetry. British and American Poems of the World War 1914 to 1917. Edited, with introduction and notes, by George Herbert Clark, Professor of English in the University of Tennessee. I, America. Rudyard Kipling, The Choice. Henry Van Dyke. Liberty Enlightening the World. Robert Bridges, To the United States of America. Vachel Lindsay, Abraham Lincoln Walks at Midnight. Jean Robert Foster, The William P. Fry. 2. England and America. Florence T. Holt, England and America. Lieutenant Charles Langbridge Morgan, To America. Helen Gray Cone, A Chant of Love for England. Hardwick Drummond Rawnsley, at St. Paul's, April 20, 1917. Roland Thomire, Jimmy Doan. Alfred Noyes, Princeton, May, 1917. 3. England. Sir Henry Newbolt, The Vigil. Rudyard Kipling, For All We Have and Are. John Galsworthy, England to Free Men. Sir Owen Seaman, Pro Patria. George Herbert Clark, Lines Written in Surrey, 1917. 4. France. Cecil Chesterton, France. Henry Van Dyke, The Name of France. Charlotte Holmes Crawford, Vive la France. Theodosia Garrison, The Soul of Jeanne d'Arc. Edgar Lee Masters, O Glorious France. Herbert Jones, To France. Florence O. Coates, Place de la Concorde. Canon and Major Frederick George Scott, To France. Grace Ellery Channing, Que Vive? V. Belgium. Lawrence Binyon, To the Belgians. Edith Wharton, Belgium. Eden Philpotts, To Belgium. Sir Owen Seaman, To Belgium in Exile. Gilbert Keith Chesterton, The Wife of Flanders. 6. Russia and America. John Galsworthy, Russia, America. Robert Underwood Johnson, To Russia New and Free. 7. Italy. Clinton Scollard, Italy in Arms. George Edward Woodberry, On the Italian Front, McSvy. 8. Australia. Archibald T. Strong, Australia to England. 9. Canada. Marjorie L. C. Pickthall, Canada to England. Wilfred Campbell, Langmark at Ypres. Will H. Ogilvy, Canadians. X. Liege. Stephen Phillips, The Kaiser and Belgium. Dana Burnett, The Battle of Liege. 11. Verdun. Lawrence Binyon, Men of Verdun. Eden Philpotts, Verdun. Patrick R. Chalmers, Guns of Verdun. 12. Oxford. Winifred M. Letts, The Spires of Oxford. W. Snow, Oxford in Wartime. Tertius Van Dyke, Oxford Revisited in Wartime. 13. Reflections. George Edward Woodberry, Sonnets written in the fall of 1914. Sir Henry Newbolt, The War Films. Alfred Noyes, The Searchlights. Percy Mackay, Christmas, 1915. Thomas Hardy, Men Who March Away. John Drinkwater, We Willed It Not. Lieutenant Colonel Sir Ronald Ross, The Death of Peace. Florence O. Coates, In Wartime. Lawrence Binyon, The Anvil. Walter de la Mare, The Fool Rings His Bells. John Finley, The Road to Dieppe. W. Macneill Dixon, To Fellow Travelers in Greece. Austin Dobson, When There Is Peace. Alfred Noyes, A Prayer in Time of War. Thomas Hardy, Then and Now. Barry Payne, The Kaiser and God. Robert Grant, The Superman. Everard Owen, Three Hills. 14. Incidents and Aspects. John Freeman, The Return. Grace Fallow Norton, The Mobilization in Brittany. Sir Henry Newbolt, The Toy Band. Sir Owen Seaman, Thomas of the Light Heart. Maurice Hewlett, In the Trenches. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, The Guards Came Through. William Dean Howells, The Passengers of a Retarded Submersible. Lawrence Button, Edith Cavell. Herbert Kaufman, The Hellgate of Soissons. George Herbert Clark, The Virgin of Albert. Wilfred Wilson Gibson, Retreat. Sir Henry Newbolt, A Letter from the Front. Grace Hazard Conkling, Reims Cathedral, 1914. 15. Poets Militant. Alan Seeger, I Have a Rendezvous with Death. Lieutenant Rupert Brooke, The Soldier. Captain Charles Hamilton Sorley, Expectans Expectavi. Lieutenant Herbert Asquith, The Volunteer. Captain Julian Grenfell, Into Battle. James Norman Hall, The Cricketers of Flanders. Captain Charles Hamilton Sorley, All the Hills and Valleys Along. Captain James H. Knight Adkin, No Man's Land. Alan Seeger, Champagne, 1914-15. Captain Gilbert Francaw, Headquarters. Lieutenant E. Wyndham Tennant, Home Thoughts from Laventy. Lieutenant Robert Ernest Verneed, A Petition. Robert Nichols, Fulfillment. The Day's March. Lieutenant Frederick Manning, The Sign. The Trenches. Lieutenant Henry William Hutchinson, Sonnets. Captain J. E. Stewart, The Messines Road. Private A. N. Field, The Challenge of the Guns. Lieutenant Jeffrey Howard, The Beach Road by the Wood. Sergeant Joseph Lee, German Prisoners. Sergeant Leslie Coulson, But a Short Time to Live. Lieutenant W. N. Hodgson, Before Action. Lieutenant Dinley Hussey, Courage. Lieutenant A. Victor Ratcliffe, Optimism. Major Sidney Oswald, The Battlefield. Captain James H. Knight Adkin, On Les Aura. Corporal Alexander Robertson, To an Old Lady Seen at a Guest House for Soldiers. Lieutenant Gilbert Waterhouse, The Casualty Clearing Station. Lance Corporal Malcolm Hemfrey, Hills of Home. 16. Auxiliaries. John Finley, The Red Cross Spirit Speaks. Winifred M. Letts, Chaplain to the Forces. Eden Philpotts, Song of the Red Cross. Lawrence Binion, The Healers. Thomas L. Marson, The Red Cross Nurses. 17. Keeping the Seas. Alfred Noyes Kilmeny. Rudyard Kipling, The Minesweepers. Henry Van Dyke, Mare Liberum. Lieutenant Paul Beersher, The Dawn Patrol. Reginald McIntosh Cleveland, Destroyers off Jutland. C. Fox Smith, British Merchant Service. 18. The Wounded. Winifred M. Letts, To a Soldier in Hospital. Wilfred Wilson Gibson, Between the Lines. Robert Haven Schaffler, The White Comrade. Robert W. Service Fleuret. Robert Frost, Not to Keep. 19. The Fallen. Lieutenant Rupert Brooke, The Dead. John Masefield, The Island of Skyros. Lawrence Binion, For the Fallen. Captain Charles Hamilton Sorley, 2 Sonnets. Walter de la Mare, How Sleep the Brave. Edward Verrill Lucas, The Debt. Canon and Major Frederick George Scott, Requiescant. Lieutenant Robert Ernest Verneed, To Our Fallen. Catherine Tynan, The Old Soldier. Robert Bridges, Lord Kitchener. John Helston, Kitchener. Lieutenant Herbert Asquith, The Fallen Subaltern. F. W. Bourdelin, The Debt Unpayable. Wilfred Wilson Gibson, The Messages. G. Rostover Hamilton, Across in Flanders. Hermann Hagedorn, Resurrection. Oscar C. A. Child, To a Hero. Moray Dalton, Rupert Brooke, In Memoriam. Francis Bickley, The Players. Charles Alexander Richmond, A Song. XX, Women and War. Josephine Preston Peabody, Harvest Moon. Josephine Preston Peabody, Harvest Moon, 1916. Ada Tyrrell, My Son. Catherine Tynan, To the Others. Grace Fallow Norton, The Journey. Margaret Peterson, A Mother's Dedication. Eden Philpotts, To a Mother. Sarah Teasdale, Spring in Wartime. Occasional Notes, Indexes, Acknowledgements. The editor desires to express his cordial appreciation of the assistance rendered him in his undertaking by the officials of the British Museum, Mr. F. D. Sladen, in particular, Professor W. MacNeill Dixon, of the University of Glasgow, Professor Kemp Smith, of Princeton University, Miss Esther C. Johnson, of Needham, Massachusetts, and Mr. Francis Bickley, of London. He wishes also to acknowledge the courtesies generously extended by the following authors, periodicals, and publishers in granting permission for the use of the poems indicated: rights in which are in each case reserved by the owner of the copyright. Mr. Francis Bickley and the Westminster Gazette. The Players. Mr. F. W. Bourdelin and the Spectator. The Debt Unpayable. Dr. Robert Bridges and the London Times. Lord Kitchener. And To the United States of America. Mr. Dana Burnett and the New York Evening Sun. The Battle of Liege. Mr. Wilfred Campbell and the Ottawa Evening Journal. Langmark at Ypres. Mr. Patrick R. Chalmers and Punch. Guns of Verdun. Mr. Cecil Chesterton and the New Witness. France. Mr. Oscar C. A. Child and Harper's Magazine. To a Hero. Mr. Reginald McIntosh Cleveland and the New York Times. Destroyers off Jutland. Miss Charlotte Holmes Crawford and Scribner's Magazine. Five Law France. Mr. Moray Dalton and the Spectator. Rupert Brooke. Lord Desborough and the London Times. Into Battle. By the late Captain Julian Grenfell. Professor W. McNeill Dixon and the London Times. To Fellow Travelers in Greece. Mr. Austin Dobson and the Spectator. When There Is Peace. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle and the London Times. The Guards Came Through. Mr. John Finley and the Atlantic Monthly. The Road to Dieppe. Mr. Finley, the American Red Cross, and the Red Cross Magazine. The Red Cross Spirit Speaks. Mr. John Freeman and the Westminster Gazette. The Return. Mr. Robert Frost and the Yale Review. Not to Keep. Mr. John Galsworthy and the Westminster Gazette. England to Free Men. Mr. Galsworthy and the London Chronicle. Russia, America. Mrs. Theodosia Garrison and Scribner's Magazine. The Soul of Jeanne d'Arc. Lady Glenconnor and the London Times. Home Thoughts from Laventie. By the late Lieutenant E. Wyndham Tennant. Mr. Robert Grant and the Nation, New York. The Superman. Mr. Hermann Hagedorn and the Century Magazine. Resurrection. Mr. James Norman Hall and the Spectator. The Cricketers of Flanders. Mr. Thomas Hardy and the London Times. Men Who March Away. And Then and Now. Mr. John Helston and the English Review. Kitchener. Mr. Maurice Hewlett. In the Trenches. From Sing-Songs of the War, the Poetry Bookshop. Dr. A. E. Hillard. The Dawn Patrol. By Lieutenant Paul Buescher. Mrs. Catherine Tynan Hinkson. To the Others. And The Old Soldier. Mrs. Florence T. Holt and the Atlantic Monthly. England and America. Mr. William Dean Howells and the North American Review. The Passengers of a Retarded Submersible. Lady Hutchinson. Sonnets. By the late Lieutenant Henry William Hutchinson. Mr. Robert Underwood Johnson. To Russia New and Free. From Poems of War and Peace, published by the author. Mr. Rudyard Kipling, The Choice. For All We Have and Are. And The Minesweepers. Copyright 1914, 1915, 1917, by Rudyard Kipling. Captain James H. Knight Adkin and the Spectator. No Man's Land. And On Les Aura. Sergeant Joseph Lee and the Spectator. German Prisoners. Mystery. V. Lucas and the Sphere. The Debt. Mr. Walter de la Mare and the London Times. How Sleep the Brave. Mr. de la Mare and the Westminster Gazette. The Fool Rings His Bells. Mr. Edward Marsh, literary executor of the late Rupert Brooke, The Soldier, and The Dead. Mr. Thomas L. Masson. The Red Cross Nurses. From the Red Cross Magazine. Lieutenant Charles Langbridge Morgan and the Westminster Gazette. To America. Sir Henry Newbolt, The Vigil. The War Films. The Toy Band. And A Letter from the Front. Mr. Alfred Noyes. Princeton, May 1917. The Searchlights. London Times. A Prayer in Time of War. London Daily Mail. And Kilmeny. Mr. Will H. Ogilvy. Canadians. Mr. Barry Payne in the London Times. The Kaiser and God. Miss Marjorie Pickthall and the London Times. Canada to England. Canon H. D. Donsley and the Westminster Gazette. At St. Paul's, April 20, 1917. Dr. Charles Alexander Richmond. A Song. Lieutenant Colonel Sir Ronald Ross and the Poetry Review. The Death of Peace. Mr. Robert Haven Schaffler. The White Comrade. Mr. W. Snow and the Spectator. Oxford in Wartime. Mrs. Grace Ellery Channing Stetson and the New York Tribune. Convive. Mr. Roland Thomere and the Poetry Review. Jimmy Doan. Mrs. Ada Torrell and the Saturday Review. My Son. Dr. Henry Van Dyke and the London Times. Liberty Enlightening the World. And Mare Liberum, Dr. Van Dyke and the Art World. The Name of France. Mr. Tertius Van Dyke and the Spectator. Oxford Revisited in Wartime. Mrs. Edith Wharton. Belgium. From King Albert's Book, Hearst International Library Company. Mr. George Edward Woodberry and the Boston Herald. On the Italian Front, Max Vi. Mr. Woodberry, the New York Times and the North American Review. Sonnets written in the fall of 1914. The Athenaeum. Across in Flanders. By G. Rostraver Hamilton. The Poetry Review. The Messines Road. By Captain J. Stewart. But a Short Time to Live. By the late Sergeant Leslie Colson. The Spectator. The Challenge of the Guns. By Private Anne Field. The London Times. To Our Fallen. And A Petition. By the late Lieutenant Robert Ernest Vernead. The Westminster Gazette. Lines written in Surrey, 1917. By George Herbert Clark. Messrs. Barse and Hopkins. Fleuret. By Robert W. Service. The Cambridge University Press and Professor William R. Sorley, Expectans Expectavi. All the Hills and Valleys Along. And 2 Sonnets. By the late Captain Charles Hamilton Sorley, from Marlborough and Other Poems. Messrs. Chatto and Windus, Fulfilment, and The Day's March. By Robert Nichols. Messrs. Constable and Company. Pro Patria, Thomas of the Light Heart. And To Belgium in Exile. By Sir Owen Seaman, From Wartime to France. And Requiescant. By Canon and Major Frederick George Scott, from In the Battle Silences. Messrs. E. P. Dutton and Company. To a Soldier in Hospital. The Spectator. Chaplain to the Forces. And The Spires of Oxford. Westminster Gazette by Winifred M. Letts, From Halloween, and Poems of the War. A Chant of Love for England. By Helen Gray Cone, from A Chant of Love for England, and Other Poems, published also by J. M. Dent and Sons, Limited, London. Lawrence J. Gaume. Italy in Arms. By Clinton Scollard, from Italy in Arms, and Other Poems. Messrs. Houghton Mifflin Company. To the Belgians. Men of Verdun. The Andal, Edith Cavell, The Healers, and For the Fallen. By Lawrence Binion, from The Cause, published also by Elkin Matthews, London, in the Anvil and the Winnowing Fan. Headquarters. By Captain Gilbert Francaw, from A Song of the Guns. Place de la Concorde. And In Wartime. By Florence O. Coates, from the collected poems of Florence O. Coates, Harvest Moon, and Harvest Moon, 1915. By Josephine Preston Peabody, from Harvest Moon. The Mobilization in Brittany. And The Journey. By Grace Fallow Norton, from Rhodes and Reims Cathedral, 1914. By Grace Hazard Conkling, from Afternoons of April. John Lane. The Kaiser and Belgium. By the late Stephen Phillips. The John Lane Company. The Wife of Flanders. By Gilbert K. Chesterton, from Poems, published also by Messrs. Burns and Gates, London. The Soldier. And The Dead. By the late Lieutenant Rupert Brooke, from the collected poems of Rupert Brooke, published also by Messrs. Sidgwick and Jackson, London, in 1904, and Other Poems. Erskine MacDonald. The following poems from Soldier Poets. The Beach Road by the Wood. By Lieutenant Geoffrey Howard. Before Action. By the late Lieutenant W. N. Hodgson, Edward Melbourne. Courage. By Lieutenant Dinley Hussey. Optimism. By Lieutenant A. Victor Ratcliffe. The Battlefield. By Major Sidney Oswald. To an Old Lady Seen at a Guest House for Soldiers. By Corporal Alexander Robertson. The Casualty Clearing Station, by Lieutenant Gilbert Waterhouse, and Hills of Home, by Lance Corporal Malcolm Humphrey. The Macmillan Company, to Belgium, Verdun, to a Mother, and Song of the Red Cross, by Eden Philpotts, from Plain Song, 1914 to 1916, published also by William Heinemann, London. The Island of Skyros, by John Masefield. Abraham Lincoln Walks at Midnight, from the Congo and Other Poems, by Vachel Lindsay. O Glorious France, by Edgar Lee Masters, from Songs and Satires. Christmas, 1915, from Poems and Plays, by Percy Mackay. The Hellgate of Soissons, by Herbert Kaufman, from The Hellgate of Soissons. Spring in Wartime, by Sarah Teasdale, from Rivers to the Sea, and Retreat, the Messages, and Between the Lines, by Wilfred Wilson Gibson. Messrs. Macmillan and Company. Australia to England, by Archibald T. Strong, from Sonnets of the Empire, and Men Who March Away, by Thomas Hardy, from Satires of Circumstance. Elkin Matthews. The British Merchant Service. The Spectator, by C. Fox Smith, from the Naval Crown. John Murray. The Sign, and The Trenches, by Lieutenant Frederick Manning. The Princeton University Press. To France, by Herbert Jones, from a book of Princeton verse. Messrs. Charles Scribner's Sons. I Have a Rendezvous with Death, and Champagne, 1914 to 1915, by the late Alan Seeger, from Poems. Messrs. Sherman, French and Company. The William P. Fry. New York Times, by Jean Robert Foster, from Wild Apples. Messrs. Sidgwick and Jackson. We Willed It Not. The Sphere, by John Drinkwater. Three Hills, London Times, by Everard Owen, from Three Hills, and Other Poems. The Volunteer, and The Fallen Subaltern, by Lieutenant Herbert Asquith, from The Volunteer, and Other Poems. Messrs. Truss Love and Hanson. A Mother's Dedication, by Margaret Peterson, from The Women's Message. Introduction. Because man is both militant and pacific, he has expressed in literature, as indeed in the other forms of art, his pacific and militant moods. Nor are these moods, of necessity, incompatible. War may become the price of peace, and peace may so decay as inevitably to bring about war. Of the dully unresponsive pacifist and the jingo patriot, quick to anger, the latter no doubt is the more dangerous to the cause of true freedom, yet both are undesirable citizens. He who believes that peace is illusory and spurious, unless it be based upon justice and liberty, will be proud to battle, if battle he must, for the sake of those foundations. For the most part, the poetry of war, undertaken in this spirit, has touched and exalted such special qualities as patriotism, courage, self-sacrifice, enterprise, and endurance. Where it has tended to glorify war in itself, it is chiefly because war has released those qualities, so to speak, in stirring and spectacular ways, and where it has chosen to round upon war and to upbraid it, it is because war has slain ardent and lovable youths and has brought misery and despair to women and old people. But the war poet has left the mere arguments to others. For himself, he has seen and felt. Envisaging war from various angles, now romantically, now realistically, now as the celebrating chronicler, now as the contemplative interpreter, but always in a spirit of Catholic curiosity, he has sung the fall of Troy, the Roman adventures, the medieval battles and crusades, the fields of Agincourt and Waterloo, and the more modern revolutions. Since Homer, he has spoken with martial eloquence through the voices of Drayton, Spencer, Marlowe, Webster, Shakespeare, Milton, Byron, Scott, Burns, Campbell, Tennyson, Browning, the New England Group, and Walt Whitman, to mention only a few of the British and American names, and he speaks sincerely and powerfully today in the writings of Kipling. Hardy, Masefield, Binyon, Newbolt, Watson, Rupert Brooke, and the two young soldiers, the one English, the other American, who have lately lost their lives while on active service, Captain Charles Hamilton Sorley, who was killed at Hulloch, October 18, 1915, and Alan Seeger, who fell, mortally wounded, during the charge on Belloyen-Santerre, July 4, 1916. There can be little doubt that these several minds and spirits, stirred by the passion and energy of war, and reacting sensitively both to its cruelties and to its pities, have experienced the kinship of quickened insight and finer unselfishness in the face of wide-ranging death. They have silently compared, perhaps, the normal materialistic conventions in business, politics, education, and religion, with the relief from those conventions that nearly all soldiers and many civilians experience in time of war. For although war has its too gross and ugly side, it has not dared to learn that inflexibility of custom and conduct that deadens the spirit into a tame submission. This strange rebound and exaltation would seem to be due less to the physical realities of war, which must in many ways cramp and constrain the individual, than to the relative spiritual freedom engendered by the needs of war, if they are to be successfully met. The man of war has an altogether unusual opportunity to realize himself, to cleanse and heal himself through the mastering of his physical fears, through the facing of his moral doubts, through the re-examination of whatever thoughts he may have possessed, theretofore, about life and death and the universe, and through the quietly unselfish devotion he owes to the welfare of his fellows and to the cause of his native land. Into the stuff of his thought and utterance, whether he be on active service or not, the poet-interpreter of war weaves these intentions, and cooperates with his fellows in building up a little higher and better, from time to time, that edifice of truth for whose completion can be spared no human experience, no human hope. As already suggested, English and American literatures have both received genuine accessions, even thus early, arising out of the present great conflict, and we may be sure that other equally notable contributions will be made. The present anthology contains a number of representative poems produced by English-speaking men and women. The editorial policy has been humanly hospitable, rather than academically critical, especially in the case of some of the verses written by soldiers at the front, which, however slight in certain instances their technical merit may be, are yet psychologically interesting as sincere transcripts of personal experience, and will, it is thought, for that very reason, peculiarly attract and interest the reader. It goes without saying that there are several poems in this group which conspicuously succeed also as works of art. For the rest, the attempt has been made, within such limitations as have been experienced, to present pretty freely the best of what has been found available in contemporary British and American war verse. It must speak for itself, and the reader will find that in not a few instances it does so with sensitive sympathy and with living power, sometimes, too, with that quietly intimate companionableness which we find in Gray's Elegy, and which John Masefield, while lecturing in America in 1916, so often indicated as a prime quality in English poetry. But if this quality appears in Chaucer and the pre-Romantics and Wordsworth, it appears also in Longfellow and Lowell, in Emerson and Lanier, and in William Vaughan Moody, for American poetry is, after all, as English poetry, with a difference, sprung from the same sources, and coursing along similar channels. The new fellowship of the two great Anglo-Saxon nations which a book of this character may, to a degree, illustrate, is filled with such high promise for both of them, and for all civilization, that it is perhaps hardly too much to say, with Ambassador Walter H. Page, in his address at the Pilgrims' Dinner in London, April 12, 1917. We shall get out of this association an indissoluble companionship, and we shall henceforth have indissoluble mutual duties for mankind. I doubt if there could be another international event comparable in large value and in long consequences to this closer association. Mr. Balfour struck the same note when, during his mission to the United States, he expressed himself in these words: that this great people should throw themselves wholeheartedly into this mighty struggle, prepared for all efforts and sacrifices that may be required to win success for this most righteous cause, is an event at once so happy and so momentous, that only the historian of the future will be able, as I believe, to measure its true proportions. The words of these eminent men ratify in the field of international politics the hopeful anticipation which Tennyson expressed in his poem, Hands All Round, as it appeared in the London Examiner, February 7, 1852. Gigantic daughter of the West, we drink to thee across the flood. We know thee most, we love thee best, for art thou not of British blood? Should war's mad blast again be blown, Permit not thou the tyrant powers to fight thy mother here alone, but let thy broadsides roar with ours. Hands all round! God the tyrant's cause confound! To our great kinsmen of the West, my friends, and the great name of England, round and round. O rise, our strong Atlantic sons, when war against our freedom springs. O speak to Europe through your guns. They can be understood by kings. You must not mix our queen with those that wish to keep their people fools. Our freedom's foemen are her foes, she comprehends the race she rules. Hands all round! God the tyrant's cause confound! To our dear kinsmen of the West, my friends, and the great cause of freedom, round and round. They ratify also the spirit of those poems in the present volume which seek to interpret to Britons and Americans their deepening friendship. Poets, said Shelley, are the unacknowledged legislators of the world. And he meant by legislation the guidance and determination of the verdicts of the human soul. G.H.C. August, 1917. The choice the American spirit speaks. To the judge of right and wrong with whom fulfillment lies our purpose and our power belong, our faith and sacrifice. Let freedom's land rejoice. Our ancient bonds are riven. Once more to us the eternal choice of good or ill is given. Not at a little cost, hardly by prayer or tears, shall we recover the road we lost in the drugged and doubting years. But after the fires and the wrath, but after searching in pain, His mercy opens us a path to live with ourselves again. In the gates of death rejoice. We see and hold the good, bear witness, earth, we have made our choice for freedom's brotherhood. Then praise the Lord Most High, whose strength hath saved us whole, who bade us choose that the flesh should die and not the living soul. Rudyard Kipling. Liberty enlightening the world. Thou warden of the Western Gate, above Manhattan Bay, the fogs of doubt that hid thy face are driven clean away. Thine eyes at last look far and clear. Thou liftest high thy hand to spread the light of liberty worldwide for every land. No more thou dreamest of a peace reserved alone for thee, while friends are fighting for thy cause beyond the guardian sea. The battle that they wage is thine. Thou fallest if they fall. The swollen flood of Prussian pride will sweep unchecked o'er all. O cruel is the conquer lust in Hohenzollern brains. The paths they plot to gain their goal are dark with shameful stains. No faith they keep, no law revere, no God but naked might. They are the foemen of mankind. Up, liberty, and smite! Britain, and France, and Italy, and Russia newly born, have waited for thee in the night. Oh, come as comes the morn. Serene and strong and full of faith, America, arise, with steady hope and mighty help to join thy brave allies. O dearest country of my heart, home of the high desire, make clean thy soul for sacrifice on freedom's altar fire. For thou must suffer, thou must fight, until the warlords cease, and all the peoples lift their heads in liberty and peace. Henry Van Dyke. April 10, 1917. To the United States of America. Brothers in blood, they who this wrong began to wreck our Commonwealth, will rue the day when first they challenged freemen to the fray, and with the Briton dared the American. Now are we pledged to win the rights of man, labor and justice now shall have their way, and in a league of peace, God grant we may, transform the earth, not patch up the old plan. Sure is our hope since he who led your nation spake for mankind, and ye arose in awe of that high call to work the world's salvation, clearing your minds of all estranging blindness in the vision of beauty and the Spirit's law, freedom and honor and sweet loving kindness. Robert Bridges. April 30, 1917. Abraham Lincoln walks at midnight in Springfield, Illinois. It is portentous, and a thing of state that here at midnight, in our little town, a mourning figure walks, and will not rest, near the old courthouse pacing up and down. Or by his homestead, or in shadowed yards he lingers where his children used to play, or through the market, on the well-worn stones he stalks until the dawn stars burn away. A bronzed, lank man. His suit of ancient black, a famous high top hat, and plain worn shawl make him the quaint great figure that men love, the prairie lawyer, master of us all. He cannot sleep upon his hillside now. He is among us, as in times before. And we who toss and lie awake for long breathe deep, and start, to see him pass the door. His head is bowed. He thinks on men and kings, Yeah, when the sick world cries, how can he sleep? Too many peasants fight, they know not why, too many homesteads in black terror weep. The sins of all the warlords burn his heart. He sees the dreadnought scouring every main. He carries on his shawl-wrapped shoulders now the bitterness, the folly, and the pain. He cannot rest until a spirit dawn shall come, the shining hope of Europe free, the league of sober folk, the workers' earth bringing long peace to cornland, Alp, and sea. It breaks his heart that kings must murder still, that all his hours of travail here for men seem yet in vain. And who will bring white peace that he may sleep upon his hill again? Vachel Lindsay. The William P. Fry. I saw her first abreast the Boston Light at anchor. She had just come in, turned head, and sent her hawsers creaking, clattering down. I was so near to where the hawse-pipes fed the cable out from her careening bow, I moved up on the swell, shut steam and lay hove to in my old launch to look at her. She'd come in light, skimming up the bay like a white ghost with topsails bellying full, and all her noble lines from bow to stern made music in the wind. It seemed she rode the morning air like those thin clouds that turn into tall ships when sunrise lifts the clouds from calm sea courses. There, in smoke-smudged coats, lay funneled liners, dirty fishing craft, blunt cargo luggers, tugs, and ferry boats. Oh, it was good in that black scuttled lot to see the Fry come lording on her way like some old queen that we had half forgot come to her own. A little up the bay the fort lay green, for it was springtime then. The wind was fresh, rich with the spicy bloom of the New England coast that tardily escapes, late April, from an icy tomb. The State House glittered on old Beacon Hill, gold in the sun. Tea was all so fair a while, but she was fairest, this great square-rigged ship that had blown in from some far happy isle on from the shores of the Hesperides. They caught her in a South Atlantic road becalmed, and found her hold brimmed up with wheat. Wheat's contraband, they said, and blew her hull to pieces, murdered one of our staunch fleet, fast dwindling, of the big old sailing ships that carry trade for us on the high sea and warped out of each harbor in the States. It wasn't law, so it seems strange to me, a big mistake. Her keels struck bottom now and her foremasts sunk fathoms deep to Davy Jones. The dank seaweed will root on her oozed decks, and the cross surges sweep through the set sails. But never more her crew will stand away to brace and trim, nor sea-blown petrels meet her thrashing up to windward on the Gulf Stream's stormy rim. Never again she'll head a northeast gale, or like a spirit loom up, sliding dumb, and ride in safe beyond the Boston Light, to make the harbor glad because she's come. Jean Robert Foster. England and America. Mother and child. Though the dividing sea shall roll its tide between us, we are one, knit by immortal memories, and none but feels the throb of ancient fealty. A century has passed since at thy knee we learnt the speech of freemen, caught the fire that would not brook thy menaces, when sire and grandsire hurled injustice back to thee. But the full years have wrought equality, the past outworn, shall not the future bring a deeper union, from whose life shall spring mankind's best hope? In the dark night of strife men perished for their dream of liberty whose lives were given for this larger life. Florence T. Holt. To America. When the fire sinks in the grate, and night has bent close wings about the room, and winter stands hard-eyed before the window, when the hands have turned the book's last page and friends are sleeping, thought, as it were an old stringed instrument drawn to remembered music, oft does set the lips moving in prayer, for us fresh keeping knowledge of springtime and the violet. And, as the eyes grow dim with many years, the spirit runs more swiftly than the feet, perceives its comfort, knows that it will meet God at the end of troubles, that the dreary last reaches of old age lead beyond tears to happy youth unending. There is peace in homeward waters, where at last the weary shall find rebirth, and their long struggles cease. So, at this hour, when the old world lies sick, beyond the pain, the agony of breath hard drawn, beyond the menaces of death, o'er graves and years leans out the eager spirit. First must the ancient die, then shall be quick new fires within us. Brother, we shall make incredible discoveries and inherit the fruits of hope, and love shall be awake. Charles Langbridge Morgan. A chant of love for England. A song of hate is a song of hell, some there be that sing it well. Let them sing it loud and long, we lift our hearts in a loftier song, We lift our hearts to heaven above, singing the glory of her we love, England. Glory of thought and glory of deed, glory of Hampden and Runnymede, glory of ships that sought far goals, glory of swords and glory of souls, glory of songs mounting as birds, glory immortal of magical words, glory of Milton, glory of Nelson, tragical glory of Gordon and Scott, glory of Shelley, glory of Sidney, glory transcendent that perishes not, hers is the story, hers be the glory, England. Shatter her beauteous breast ye may, the spirit of England none can slay. Dash the bomb on the dome of Paul's, deem ye the fame of the Admiral falls? Pry the stone from the chancel floor, dream ye that Shakespeare shall live no more? Where is the giant shout that kills Wordsworth walking the old green hills? Trample the red rose on the ground, Keats's beauty while earth spins round. Bind her, grind her, burn her with fire, cast her ashes into the sea. She shall escape, she shall aspire, she shall arise to make men free. She shall arise in a sacred scorn, lighting the lives that are yet unborn. Spirit supernal, splendor eternal, England. Helen Gray Cone. At St. Paul's, April 20th, 1917. Not since Wren's dome has whispered with man's prayer have angels leaned to wonder out of heaven at such uprush of intercession given, here where today one soul two nations share, and with accord send up through trembling air their vows to strive as honor ne'er has striven till back to hell the lords of hell are driven, and life and peace again shall flourish fair. This is the day of conscience high enthroned, the day when east is west and west is east to strike for human love and freedom's word against foul wrong that cannot be atoned. Today is hope of brotherhood's bond increased, and Christ, not Odin, is acclaimed the Lord. Hardwick Drummond Rawnsley. Jimmy Doan. Often I think of you, Jimmy Doan, you who, light-heartedly, came to my house 3 autumns, to shoot and to eat a grouse. As I sat apart in this quiet room, my mind was full of the horror of war and not with the hope of a visitor. I had dined on food that had lost its taste. My soul was cold and I wished you were here, when, all in a moment, I knew you were near. Placing that chair where you used to sit, I looked at my book, 3 years today since you laughed in that seat and I heard you say, "My country is with you, whatever befall, America, Britain, these two are akin in courage and honor, they underpin the rights of mankind." Then you grasped my hand with a brotherly grip, and you made me feel something that time would surely reveal. You were comely and tall, you had corded arms, and sympathy's grace with your strength was blent. You were generous, clever, and confident. There was that in your hopes which uncountable lives have perished to make. Your heart was fulfilled with the breath of God that can never be stilled. A living symbol of power, you talked of the work to do in the world to make life beautiful. Yes, and my heartstrings ache. To think how you, at the stroke of war, chose that your steadfast soul should fly with the eagles of France as their proud ally. You were America's self, dear lad, the first swift son of your bright, free land to heed the call of the inner command. To image its spirit in such rare deeds as brace the valor of France, who knows that the heart of America thrills with her woes. For a little leaven leavens the whole. Mostly we find, when we trouble to seek the soul of a people, that some unique, brave man is its flower and symbol, who makes bold to utter the words that choke the throats of feebler, timider folk. You flew for the Western Eagle, and fell doing great things for your country's pride, for the beauty and peace of life you died. Britain and France have shrined in their souls your memory, yes, and forever you share their love with their perished lords of the air. Invisible now, in that empty seat you sit, who came through the clouds to me, swift as a message from over the sea. My house is always open to you, dear spirit, come often and you will find welcome, where mind can foregather with mind. And may we sit together one day quietly here, when a word is said to bring new gladness unto our dead. Knowing your dream is a dream no more, and seeing on some momentous pact your vision upbuilt as a deathless fact. Roland Thomire. Princeton, May, 1917. Here freedom stood by slaughtered friend and foe, and, ere the wrath paled or that sunset died, lived through the ages. Then, with eyes aglow, laid them to wait that future, side by side. Lines for a monument to the American and British soldiers of the Revolutionary War who fell on the Princeton battlefield, and were buried in one grave. Now lamplit gardens in the blue dusk shine through dogwood, red and white, and round the gray quadrangles, line by line, the windows fill with light, where Princeton calls to Magdalen, tower to tower, twin lanterns of the law, and those cream-white magnolia boughs embower the halls of Old Nassau. The dark bronze tigers crouch on either side where redcoats used to pass, and round the bird-loved house where Mercer died, and violets dust the grass, by stony brook that ran so red of old, but sings of friendship now, to feed the old enemy's harvest 50-fold the green earth takes the plow. Through this May night, if one great ghost should stray with deep remembering eyes, where that old meadow of battle smiles away its blood-stained memories, if Washington should walk, where friend and foe sleep and forget the past, be sure his unquenched heart would leap to know their souls are linked at last. Be sure he waits, in shadowy buff and blue, where those dim lilacs wave. He bends his head to bless, as dreams come true, the promise of that grave. Then, with a vaster hope than thought can scan, touching his ancient sword, prays for that mightier realm of God and man. Hasten thy kingdom, Lord! Land of our hope, land of the singing stars, type of the world to be, the vision of a world set free from wars takes life, takes form from thee, where all the jarring nations of this earth, beneath the all-blessing sun, bring the new music of mankind to birth, and make the whole world one. And those old comrades rise around him there, old foemen, side by side, with eyes like stars upon the brave night air, and young as when they died, to hear your bells, O beautiful Princeton towers, ring for the world's release. They see you piercing like gray swords through flowers, and smile, from souls at peace. Alfred Noyes. The Vigil. England! Where the sacred flame burns before the inmost shrine, where the lips that love thy name consecrate their hopes and thine, where the banners of thy dead weave their shadows overhead, watch beside thine arms tonight, pray that God defend the right. Think that when tomorrow comes war shall claim command of all, thou must hear the roll of drums, thou must hear the trumpet's call. Now, before thy silence ruth, commune with the voice of truth, England. On thy knees tonight pray that God defend the right. Single-hearted, unafraid, hither all thy heroes came, on this altar's steps were laid Gordon's life and Outram's fame. England! If thou wilt be yet by their great example set, here beside thine arms tonight pray that God defend the right. So shalt thou when morning comes rise to conquer or to fall, joyful hear the rolling drums, joyful hear the trumpet's call, then let memory tell thy heart. England! What thou wert, thou art! Gird thee with thine ancient might forth, and God defend the right. Henry Newbolt. For all we have and are, for all we have and are, for all our children's fate, stand up and meet the war. The Hun is at the gate. Our world has passed away in wantonness o'erthrown. There is nothing left today but steel and fire and stone. Though all we knew depart, the old commandments stand. In courage keep your heart, in strength lift up your hand. Once more we hear the word that sickened earth of old. No law except the sword unsheathed and uncontrolled. Once more it knits mankind. Once more the nations go to meet and break and bind a crazed and driven foe. Comfort, content, delight, the age's slow-bought gain, they shriveled in a night. Only ourselves remain to face the naked days in silent fortitude, through perils and dismays renewed and re-renewed. Though all we made depart, the old commandments stand. In patience keep your heart, in strength lift up your hand. No easy hopes or lies shall bring us to our goal, but iron sacrifice of body, will, and soul. There is but one task for all, for each one life to give. Who stands if freedom fall? Who dies if England live? Rudyard Kipling. England to free men. Men of my blood, you English men! From misty hill and misty fen, from cot, and town, and plough, and moor, come in, before I shut the door, into my courtyard paved with stones that keep the names, that keep the bones, of none but English men who came free of their lives, to guard my fame. I am your native land who bred no driven heart, no driven head. I fly a flag in every sea round the old earth, of liberty. I am the land that boasts a crown, the sun comes up, the sun goes down, and never men may say of me, mine is a breed that is not free. I have a wreath. My forehead wears 100 leaves, 100 years I never knew the words. You must! And shall my wreath return to dust? Freeman! The door is yet ajar. From northern star to southern star, O ye who count and ye who delve, come in, before my clock strikes 12. John Galsworthy. Pro Patria. England, in this great fight to which you go because, where honor calls you, go you must, be glad, whatever comes, at least to know you have your quarrel just. Peace was your care. Before the nations bar her cause you pleaded and her ends you sought. But not for her sake, being what you are, could you be bribed and bought. Others may spurn the pledge of land to land, may with the brute sword stain the gallant past. But by the seal to which you set your hand, thank God, you still stand fast. Forth, then, to front that peril of the deep with smiling lips and in your eyes the light, steadfast and confident, of those who keep their storied scutcheon bright. And we, whose burden is to watch and wait, high-hearted ever, strong in faith and prayer, we ask what offering we may consecrate, what humble service share. To steel our souls against the lust of ease, to bear in silence though our hearts may bleed, to spend ourselves, and never count the cost, for others' greater need. To go our quiet ways subdued and sane, to hush all vulgar clamor of the street, with level calm to face alike the strain of triumph or defeat. This be our part, for so we serve you best, so best confirm their prowess and their pride, your warrior sons, to whom in this high test our fortunes we confide. Owen Seaman. August 12, 1914. Lines written in Surrey, 1917. A sudden swirl of song in the bright sky, the little lark adoring his lord the sun, across the corn the lazy ripples run, under the eaves, conferring drowsily. Doves droop or amble, the agile waterfly wrinkles the pool, and flowers, gay and dun, rose, bluebell, rhododendron, one by one, the buccaneering bees prove busily. Ah, who may trace this tranquil loveliness in verse felicitous? No measure tells. But gazing on her bosom we can guess why men strike hard for England in red hells, falling on dreams, mid death's extreme caress, of English daisies dancing in English dells. George Herbert Clark. France. Because for once the sword broke in her hand, the words she spoke seemed perished for a space. All wrong was brazen, and in every land the tyrants walked abroad with naked face. The waters turned to blood, as rose the star of evil fate denying all release. The rulers smote, the feeble crying, "War!" The usurers robbed, the naked crying, "Peace!" And her own feet were caught in nets of gold, and her own soul profaned by sects that squirm, and little men climbed her high seats and sold her honor to the vulture and the worm. And she seemed broken and they thought her dead, the over men, so brave against the weak. Has your last word of sophistry been said, O cult of slaves? Then it is hers to speak. Clear the slow mists from her half-darkened eyes, as slow mists parted over Valmy fell, as once again her hands in high surprise take hold upon the battlements of hell. Cecil Chesterton. The name of France. Give us a name to fill the mind with the shining thoughts that lead mankind, the glory of learning, the joy of art, a name that tells of a splendid part in the long, long toil and the strenuous fight of the human race to win its way from the feudal darkness into the day of freedom, brotherhood, equal right. A name like a star, a name of light. I give you France. Give us a name to stir the blood with a warmer glow and a swifter flood, a name like the sound of a trumpet, clear, and silver sweet, and iron strong, that calls 3,000,000 men to their feet, ready to march, and steady to meet the foes who threaten that name with wrong, a name that rings like a battle song. I give you France! Give us a name to move the heart with the strength that noble griefs impart, a name that speaks of the blood outpoured to save mankind from the sway of the sword, a name that calls on the world to share in the burden of sacrificial strife where the cause at stake is the world's free life and the rule of the people everywhere, a name like a vow, a name like a prayer. I give you France! Henry Van Dyke. Vive la France! Franceline rose in the dawning grey, and her heart would dance though she knelt to pray, for her man Michel had holiday, fighting for France. She offered her prayer by the cradle side, and with baby palms folded in hers she cried, "If I have but one prayer, dear crucified Christ, save France! But if I have two, then, by Mary's grace, carry me safe to the meeting place, let me look once again on my dear love's face, save him for France." She crooned to her boy, "Oh, how glad he'll be, little 3 months old, to set eyes on thee. For rather than gold, would I give, wrote he, a son to France. Come, now, be good, little stray Sauterelle, for we're going bye-bye to thy Papa Michel, but I'll not say where for fear thou wilt tell, little pigeon of France. 6 days leave and a year between. But what would you have? In 6 days clean, heaven was made, said Franceline. Heaven and France. She came to the town of the nameless name, to the marching troops in the street she came, and she held high her boy like a taper flame burning for France. Fresh from the trenches and grey with grime, silent they marched like a pantomime. But what need of music? My heart beats time, vive la France! His regiment comes. Oh, then where is he? There is dust in my eyes, for I cannot see. Is that my Michel to the right of thee, soldier of France? Then out of the ranks a comrade fell. Yesterday, 't was a splinter of shell, and he whispered thy name, did thy poor Michel, dying for France. The tread of the troops on the pavement throbbed like a woman's heart of its last joy robbed, as she lifted her boy to the flag, and sobbed, Vive la France! Charlotte Holmes Crawford. The soul of Jeanne d'Arc. She came not into the presence as a martyred saint might come, crowned, white-robed and adoring, with very reverence dumb. She stood as a straight young soldier, confident, gallant, strong, who asks a boon of his captain in the sudden hush of the drum. She said, Now have I stayed too long in this my place of bliss, with these glad dead that, comforted, forget what sorrow is upon that world whose stony stairs they climb to come to this. But lo, a cry hath torn the peace wherein so long I stayed, like a trumpet's call at heaven's wall from a herald unafraid, a million voices in one cry, Where is the maid, the maid? I had forgot from too much joy that olden task of mine, but I have heard a certain word shatter the chant divine, have watched a banner glow and grow before mine eyes for sign. I would return to that my land flung in the teeth of war, I would cast down my robe and crown that pleasure me no more, and on the armor that I knew, the valiant sword I bore. And angels militant shall fling the gates of heaven wide, and souls new dead whose lives were shed like leaves on war's red tide shall cross their swords above our heads and cheer us as we ride. For with me goes that soldier saint, Saint Michael of the sword, and I shall ride on his right side, a page beside his lord, and men shall follow like swift blades to reap a sure reward. Grant that I answer this my call, yea, though the end may be the naked shame, the biting flame, the last, long agony, I would go singing down that road where faggots wait for me. Mine be the fire about my feet, the smoke above my head, so might I glow, a torch to show the path my heroes tread. My captain! Oh, my captain, let me go back! She said. Theodosia Garrison. O glorious France! You have become a forge of snow-white fire, a crucible of molten steel, O France! Your suns are stars who cluster to a dawn and fade in light for you, O glorious France! They pass through meteor changes with a song which to all islands and all continents says life is neither comfort, wealth, nor fame, nor quiet hearthstones, friendship, wife nor child, nor love, nor youth's delight, nor manhood's power, nor many days spent in a chosen work, nor honored merit, nor the patent theme of daily labor, nor the crowns nor wreaths of 70 years. These are not all of life, O France, whose sons amid the rolling thunder of cannon stand in trenches where the dead clog the ensanguined ice. But life to these prophetic and enraptured souls is vision, and the keen ecstasy of fated strife, and divination of the loss as gain, and reading mysteries with brightened eyes and fiery shock and dazzling pain before the orient splendor of the face of death, as a great light beside a shadowy sea, and in a high will's strenuous exercise, where the warm spirit finds its fullest strength and is no more afraid. And in the stroke of azure lightning when the hidden essence and shifting meaning of man's spiritual worth and mystical significance in time are instantly distilled to one clear drop which mirrors earth and heaven. This is life flaming to heaven in a minute's span when the breath of battle blows the smoldering spark. And across these seas we who cry peace and treasure life and cling to cities, happiness, or daily toil for daily bread, or trail the long routine of 70 years, taste not the terrible wine whereof you drink, who drain and toss the cup empty and ringing by the finished feast, or have it shaken from your hand by sight of God against the olive woods. As Joan of Arc amid the apple trees with sacred joy first heard the voices, then obeying plunged at Orleans in a field of spears and lived her dream and died in fire, thou, France, hast heard the voices and hast lived the dream and known the meaning of the dream, and read its riddle, how the soul of man may to one greatest purpose make itself a lens of clearness, how it loves the cup of deepest truth, and how its bitterest gall turns sweet to soul's surrender. And you say, take days for repetition, stretch your hands for mocked renewal of familiar things, the beaten path, the chair beside the window, the crowded street, the task, the accustomed sleep, and waking to the task, or many springs of lifted cloud, blue water, flowering fields. The prison house grows close no less, the feast a place of memory sick for senses dulled down to the dusty end where pitiful time grown weary cries enough. Edgar Lee Masters. To France. Those who have stood for thy cause when the dark was around thee, those who have pierced through the shadows and shining have found thee, those who have held to their faith and thy courage and power, thy spirit, thy honor, thy strength for a terrible hour, now can rejoice that they see thee in light and in glory, facing whatever may come as an end to the story in calm undespairing, with steady eyes fixed on the morrow. The morn that is pregnant with blood and with death and with sorrow. And whether the victory crowns thee, O France the eternal, or whether the smoke and the dusk of a nightfall infernal gather about thee, and us, and the foe, and all treasures run with the flooding of war into bottomless measures, fall what befalls, in this hour all those who are near thee and all who have loved thee, they rise and salute and revere thee. Herbert Jones. Place de la Concorde, August 14, 1914. Since the bombardment of Strasbourg, August 14, 1870, her statue in Paris, representing Alsace, has been draped in mourning by the French people. Near where the royal victims fell in days gone by, caught in the swell of a ruthless tide of human passion, deep and wide, there where we too a nation's later sorrow knew. Today, O friend, I stood amid a self-ruled multitude that by nor sound nor word betrayed how mightily its heart was stirred. A memory time never could efface, a memory of grief, like a great silence brooded o'er the place, and men breathed hard, as seeking for relief from an emotion strong that would not cry, though held in check too long. One felt that joy drew near, a joy intense that seemed itself to fear, brightening in eyes that had been dull, as all with feeling gazed upon the Strasbourg figure, raised above us, mourning, beautiful. Then one stood at the statue's base, and spoke. Men needed not to ask what word, each in his breast the message heard, writ for him by despair, that evermore in moving phrase breathes from the invalids and Père Lachaise. Vainly it seemed, alas! But now, France looking on the image there, hope gave her back the lost Alsace. A deeper hush fell on the crowd, a sound, the lightest, seemed too loud. Would, friend, you had been there. As to that form the speaker rose, took from her, fold on fold, the mournful crape, grey-worn and old, her, proudly, to disclose, and with the touch of tender care that fond emotion speaks, mid tears that none could quite command, placed the tricolour in her hand, and kissed her on both cheeks. Florence O'Coates. To France. What is the gift we have given thee, sister? What is the trust we have laid in thy hand? Hearts of our bravest, our best, and our dearest, blood of our blood we have sown in thy land. What for all time will the harvest be, sister? What will spring up from the seed that is sown? Freedom and peace and goodwill among nations, love that will bind us with love all our own. Bright is the path that is opening before us, upward and onward it mounts through the night. Sword shall not sever the bonds that unite us, leading the world to the fullness of light. Sorrow hath made thee more beautiful, sister, nobler and purer than ever before. We who are chastened by sorrow and anguish hail thee as sister and queen evermore. Frederick George Scott. Convive? Convive? Who passes by up there? Who moves? What stirs in the startled air? What whispers, thrills, exults up there? Convive? The flags of France. What wind on a windless night is this, that breathes as light as a lover's kiss, that blows through the night with bugle notes, that streams like a pennant from a lance, that rustles, that floats? The flags of France. What richly moves, what lightly stirs, like a noble lady in a dance, when all men's eyes are in love with hers and needs must follow. The flags of France. What calls to the heart, and the heart has heard, speaks, and the soul has obeyed the word, summons, and all the years advance, and the world goes forward with France. With France? Who called? The flags of France. What flies, a glory, through the night, while the legions stream, a line of light, and men fall to the left and fall to the right, but they fall not? The flags of France. Que vive? Who comes? What approaches there? What soundless tumult, what breath in the air takes the breath in the throat, the blood from the heart? In a flame of dark, to the unheard beat of an unseen drum and fleshless feet, without glint of barrel or bayonet's glance, they approach, they come. Who comes? Hush! Hark! Que vive? The flags of France. Uncover the head and kneel, kneel down, a monarch passes, without a crown, let the proud tears fall but the heart beat high, the greatest of all is passing by, on its endless march in the endless plan. Que vive? The spirit of man. O spirit of man, pass on! Advance! And they who lead, who hold the van, kneel down! The flags of France. Grace Ellery Channing. Paris, 1917. To the Belgians. O race that Caesar knew, that one stern Roman praise, what land not envies you the laurel of these days? You built your cities rich around each towered hall, without, the statued niche, within, the pictured wall. Your ship-thronged wharves, your marts with gorgeous Venice vied. Peace and her famous arts were yours, though tide on tide. Of Europe's battle-scourged black field and reddened soil, from blood and smoke emerged peace and her fruitful toil. Yet when the challenge rang, "The warlord comes, give room!" fearless to arms you sprang against the odds of doom. Like your own Damien who sought that lepers out to die a simple man for men with tranquil smile. So strong in faith you dared defy the giant, scorn ignobly to be spared, though trampled, spoiled, and torn. And in your faith arose and smote again, till those astonished foes reeled from their mounds of slaying. The faith that the free soul, untaught by force to quail, through fire and dirge and dole prevails and shall prevail. Still for your frontier stands the host that knew no dread, your little, stubborn lands nameless, immortal dead. Lawrence Binyon. Belgium. La Belgique n'y regret rien. Not with her ruined silver spires, not with her cities shamed and rent, perish the imperishable fires that shaped the homestead from the tent. Wherever men are staunch and free, there shall she keep her fearless state, and homeless, to great nations be the home of all that makes them great. Edith Wharton. To Belgium. Champion of human honor, let us lave your feet and bind your wounds on bended knee. Though coward hands have nailed you to the tree and shed your innocent blood and dug your grave, rejoice and live. Your oriflamme shall wave, while man has power to perish and be free, a golden flame of holiest liberty, proud as the dawn and as the sunset brave. Belgium, where dwelleth reverence for right enthroned above all ideals, where your fate and your supernal patience and your might most sacred grow in human estimate, you shine a star above this stormy night, little no more, but infinitely great. Eden Philpotts. To Belgium in exile. Lines dedicated to one of her priests, by whose words they were prompted. Land of the desolate, mother of tears, weeping your beauty marred and torn, your children tossed upon the spears, your altars rent, your hearths forlorn, where spring has no renewing spell, and love no language save a long farewell. Ah, precious tears, and each a pearl, whose price, for so in God we trust who saw them fall in that blind swirl of ravening flame and reeking dust, the spoiler with his life shall pay, when justice at the last demands her day. O tried and proved, whose record stands lettered in blood too deep to fade, take courage! Never in our hands shall the avenging sword be stayed till you are healed of all your pain, and come with honor to your own again. Owen Seaman. May 19, 1915. The wife of Flanders. Low and brown barns, thatched and repatched and tattered, where I had 7 sons until today, a little hill of hay your spur has scattered. This is not Paris. You have lost the way. You, staring at your sword to find it brittle, surprised at the surprise that was your plan, who, shaking and breaking barriers not a little, find never more the death door of Sedan. Must I for more than carnage call you claimant, paying you a penny for each son you slay? Man, the whole globe in gold were no repayment for what you have lost. And how shall I repay? What is the price of that red spark that caught me from a kind farm that never had a name? What is the price of that dead man they brought me? For other dead men do not look the same. How should I pay for one poor graven steeple whereon you shattered what you shall not know? How should I pay you, miserable people? How should I pay you everything you owe? Unhappy, can I give you back your honor? Though I forgave, would any man forget? While all the great green land has trampled on her the treason and terror of the night we met. Not any more in vengeance or in pardon an old wife bargains for a bean that's hers. You have no word to break, no heart to harden. Ride on and prosper. You have lost your spurs. Gilbert Keith Chesterton. Russia, America. A wind in the world. The dark departs. The chains now rust that crush men's flesh and bones, feet tread no more the mildewed prison stones, and slavery is lifted from your hearts. A wind in the world. O company of dark in Russia, watching long in vain, now shall you see the cloud of Russia's pain go shrinking out across a summer sky. A wind in the world. Our God shall be in all the future left, no kingly doll decked out with dreadful scepter, steel, and stole, but walk the earth, a man, in charity. A wind in the world. And doubts are blown to dust along, and the old stars come forth, stars of a creed to pilgrim fathers worth a field of broken spears and flowers strown. A wind in the world. Now truancy from the true self is ended, to her part steadfast again she moves, and from her heart a great America cries, death to tyranny. A wind in the world. And we have come together, sea by sea, in all the land's vision doth move at last, and freedom stands with brightened wings, and smiles and beckons home. John Galsworthy. To Russia new and free. Land of the martyrs, of the martyred dead and martyred living, now of noble fame. Long wert thou saddest of the nations, wed to sorrow as the fire to the flame, not yet relentless history had rid of Teuton shame. Thou knewest all the gloom of hope deferred. Twixt God and Russia wrong had built such bar each by the other could no more be heard. Seen through the cloud, the child's familiar star, that once made heaven near, had made it seem more far. Land of the breaking dawn! No more look back to that long night that nevermore can be, the sunless dungeon and the exile's track. To the world's dreams of terror let it flee. To gentle April cruel March is now antiquity. Yet, of the past one sacred relic save, that boundary post twixt Russia and despair, set where the dead might look upon his grave, kissed by him with his last breathed Russian air. Keep it to witness to the world what heroes still may dare. Land of new hope, no more the minor key, no more the songs of exile long and lone, thy tears henceforth be tears of memory. Sing, with the joy the joyless would have known who for this vision happiness so gladly gave their own. Land of the warm heart and the friendly hand, strike the free chord, no more the muted strings. Forever let the equal record stand, 1,000 winters for this spring of springs, that to a warring world, through thee, millennial longing brings. On thy white tablets, cleansed of royal stain, what message to the future mayst thou write? The people's law, the bulwark of their reign, and vigilant liberty, of ancient might, and brotherhood, that can alone lead to the loftiest height. Take, then, our hearts' rejoicing overflow, thou new-born daughter of democracy, whose coming sets the expectant earth aglow. Soon the glad skies thy proud new flag shall see, and hear thy chanted hymns of hope for Russia new and free. Robert Underwood Johnson. April, 1917. Italy in Arms. Of all my dreams by night and day, one dream will evermore return, the dream of Italy in May. The sky a brimming azure urn where lights of amber brood and burn, the doves about San Marco's square, the swimming Campanile tower, the giants, hammering out the hour, the palaces, the bright lagoons, the gondolas gliding here and there upon the tide that sways and swoons. The domes of San Antonio, where Padua mid her mulberry trees reclines, Adigé's crescent flow beneath Verona's balconies, rich Florence of the Medicis, Siena's star-like streets that climb from hill to hill, Assisi well remembering the holy spell of rapt St. Francis, with her crown of battlements, embossed by time, stern old Perugia looking down. Then, mother of great empires, Rome, city of the majestic past, that o'er far leagues of alien foam the shadows of her eagles cast, imperious still, impending, vast. The Colosseum's curving line, pillar and arch and colonnade, St. Peter's consecrated shade, and Hadrian's tomb where Tiber strays, the ruins on the Palatine with all their memories of dead days. And Naples, with her sapphire arc of bay, her perfect sweep of shore, above her, like a demon stark, the dark fire mountain evermore looming portentous, as of yore, fair Capri with her cliffs and caves, Salerno drowsing mid her vines and olives, and the shattered shrines of Paestum where the grey ghosts tread, and where the wilding rose still waves as when by Greek girls garlanded. But hark! What sound the ear dismays, mine Italy, mine Italy! Thou that wert wrapped in peace, the haze of loveliness spread over thee. Yet, since the grapple needs must be, I who have wandered in the night with Dante, Petrarch's lore unknown, seen Vallombrosa's groves breeze blown, met Angelo and Raphael, against iconoclastic might in this grim hour must wish thee well. Clinton Scollard? On the Italian front, McSvy. I will die cheering, if I needs must die, so shall my last breath write upon my lips Viva Italia! When my spirit slips down the great darkness from the mountain sky, and those who shall behold me where I lie shall murmur, look you! How his spirit dips from glory into glory! The eclipse of death is vanquished. Lo, his victor cry! Live thou upon my lips, Italia mine, the sacred death cry of my frozen clay. Let thy dear light from my dead body shine, and to the passer-by thy message say, Echo! Though heaven has made my skies divine, my son's love sanctifies my soil for aye. George Edward Woodberry. Australia to England. By all the deeds to thy dear glory done, by all the life blood spilt to serve thy need, by all the fettered lives thy touch hath freed, by all thy dream in us anew begun, by all the guerdon English sire to son hath given of highest vision, kingliest deed, by all thine agony, of God decreed for trial and strength, our fate with thine is one. Still dwells thy spirit in our hearts and lips, honor and life we hold from none but thee, and if we live thy pensioners no more but seek a nation's might of men and ships. 'Tis but that when the world is black with war thy sons may stand beside thee strong and free. Archibald T. Strong. August, 1914. Canada to England. Great names of thy great captains gone before beat with our blood, who have that blood of thee, Raleigh and Grenville, Wolfe, and all the free fine souls who dared to front a world in war. Such only may outreach the envious years where feebler crowns and fainter stars remove, nurtured in one remembrance, and one love too high for passion and too stern for tears. O little all our fathers held for home, not alone thy standards and thy hosts lead where thy sons shall follow, motherland, quick as the north wind, ardent as the foam, behold the invulnerable ghosts of all past greatnesses about thee stand. Marjorie L.C. Pickthall. Langmark at Ypres. This is the Ballad of Langmark, a story of glory and might, of the vast Hun horde, and Canada's part in the great grim fight. It was April fair on the Flanders fields, but the dreadest April then that ever the years, in their fateful flight, had brought to this world of men. North and east, a monster wall, the mighty Hun ranks lay, with fort on fort, and iron-ringed trench, menacing, grim and grey. And south and west, like a serpent of fire, serried the British lines, and in between, the dying and dead, and the stench of blood, and the trampled mud, on the fair, sweet Belgian vines. And far to the eastward, harnessed and taut, like a scimitar, shining and keen, gleaming out of that ominous gloom, old France's hosts were seen. When out of the grim Hun lines one night, there rolled a sinister smoke, a strange, weird cloud, like a pale, green shroud, and death lurked in its cloak. On a fiend-like wind it curled along over the brave French ranks, like a monster tree its vapors spread, in hideous, burning banks of poisonous fumes that scorched the night with their sulphurous demon danks. And men went mad with horror, and fled from that terrible, strangling death, that seemed to sear both body and soul with its baleful, flaming breath. Till even the little dark men of the South, who feared neither God nor man, those fierce, wild fighters of Afric's steppes, broke their battalions and ran. Ran as they never had run before, gasping and fainting for breath, for they knew 't was no human foe that slew, and that hideous smoke meant death. Then red in the reek of that evil cloud, the Huns swept over the plain, and the murderer's dirk did its monster work, mid the scythe-like shrapnel rain. Till it seemed that at last the brute Hun hordes had broken that wall of steel, and that soon, through this breach in the freeman's dike, his trampling hosts would wheel, and sweep to the south in ravaging might, and Europe's peoples again be trodden under the tyrant's heel, like herds in the Prussian pen. But in that line on the British right, there massed a corps amain, of men who hailed from a far west land of mountain and forest and plain. Men new to war and its dreadest deeds, but noble and staunch and true, men of the open, east and west, brew of old Britain's brew. These were the men out there that night, when hell loomed close ahead, who saw that pitiful, hideous rout, and breathed those gases dread, while some went under and some went mad, but never a man there fled. For the word was, Canada, there's to fight, and keep on fighting still. Britain said fight, and fight they would, though the devil himself in sulphurous mood came over that hideous hill. Yea, stubborn they stood, that hero band, where no soul hoped to live, for 5 gainst 80,000 men were hopeless odds to give. Yea, fought they on. 'T was Friday eve, when that demon gas drove down. 'T was Saturday eve that saw them still grimly holding their own. Sunday, Monday saw them yet, a steadily lessening band, with no surrender in their hearts, but the dream of a far-off land, where mother and sister and love would weep for the hushed heart lying still, but never a thought but to do their part, and work the Empire's will. Ringed round, hemmed in, and back to back, they fought there under the dark, and won for Empire, God and Right, at grim, red Langmark. Wonderful battles have shaken this world, since the dawn God overthrew Dis. Wonderful struggles of right against wrong, sung in the rhymes of the world's great song, but never a greater than this. Bannockburn, Inkerman, Balaclava, Marathon's godlike stand, but never a more heroic deed, and never a greater warrior breed, in any warman's land. This is the Ballad of Langmark, a story of glory and might, of the vast Hun horde, and Canada's part in the great grim fight. Wilfred Campbell. Canadians, with arrows on their quarters and with numbers on their hoofs, with the trampling sound of 20 that re-echoes in the roofs, low of crest and dull of coat, wan and wild of eye, through our English village the Canadians go by. Shying at a passing cart, swerving from a car, tossing up an anxious head to flaunt a snowy star, racking at a Yankee gate, reaching at the rain, 20 raw Canadians are tasting life again. Hollow-necked and hollow-flanked, lean of rib and hip, strained and sick and weary with the wallow of the ship, glad to smell the turf again, hear the robins call, tread again the country road they lost at Montreal. Fate may bring them dula and woe, better steeds than they sleep beside the English guns 100 leagues away, but till war hath need of them, lightly lie their reins, softly fall the feet of them along the English lanes. Will H. Ogilvy. The Kaiser in Belgium. He said, Thou petty people, let me pass. What canst thou do but bow to me and kneel? But sudden a dry land caught fire like grass, an answer hurtled but from shell and steel. He looked for silence, but a thunder came upon him, from Liege a leaden hail. All Belgium flew up at his throat and flamed till at her gates amazed his legions quail. Take heed, for now on haunted ground they tread, there bowed a mightier war lord to his fall, fear, lest that very green grass again grow red with blood of German now as then with Gaul. If him whom God destroys he maddens first, then thy destruction slake thy man's thirst. Stephen Phillips. The Battle of Liege. Now spake the Emperor to all his shining battle forces, to the lancers, and the rifles, to the gunners and the horses, and his pride surged up within him as he saw their banners stream. 'Tis a 12-day march to Paris, by the road our fathers travelled, and the prize is half an empire when the scarlet road's unravelled. Go you now across the border, God's decree and William's order, climb the frowning Belgian ridges with your naked swords agleam. Seize the city of the bridges, then get on to Paris, to the jeweled streets of Paris, to the lovely woman, Paris, that has driven me to dream. 100,000 fighting men, they climbed the frowning ridges, with their flaming swords drawn free and their pennants at their knee. They went up to their desire, to the city of the bridges, with their naked brands outdrawn like the lances of the dawn. In a swelling surf of fire, crawling higher, 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 till they crumpled up and died like a sudden wasted tide, and the thunder in their faces beat them down and flung them wide. They had paid 1,000 men, yet they formed and came again, for they heard the silver bugles sounding challenge to their pride, and they rode with swords agleam for the glory of a dream, and they stormed up to the cannon's mouth and withered there, and died. The daylight lay in ashes on the blackened western hill, and the dead were calm and still, but the night was torn with gashes, sudden ragged crimson gashes, and the siege guns snarled and roared, with their flames thrust like a sword, and the tranquil moon came riding on the heaven's silver ford. What a fearful world was there, tangled in the cold moon's hair! Man and beast lay hurt and screaming, men must die when kings are dreaming, while within the harried town mothers dragged their children down as the awful rain came screaming, for the glory of a crown. So the morning flung her cloak through the hanging pall of smoke, trimmed with red, it was, and dripping with a deep and angry stain. And the day came walking then through a lane of murdered men, and her light fell down before her like a cross upon the plain. But the forts still crowned the height with a bitter iron crown. They had lived to flame and fight, they had lived to keep the town. And they poured their havoc down all that day, and all that night. While 4 times their number came, pawns that played a bloody game, with a silver trumpeting, for the glory of the king, to the barriers of the thunder and the fury of the flame. So they stormed the iron hill, o'er the sleepers lying still, and their trumpets sang them forward through the dull succeeding dawns, but the thunder flung them wide, and they crumpled up and died. They had waged the war of monarchs, and they died the death of pawns. But the forts still stood. Their breath swept the foeman like a blade, though 10,000 men were paid to the hungry purse of death, though the field was wet with blood, still the bold defenses stood. And the king came out with his bodyguard at the day's departing gleam, and the moon rode up behind the smoke and showed the king his dream. Dana Burnett. Men of Verdun. There are 5 men in the moonlight that by their shadows stand, 3 hobble humped on crutches, and 2 lack each a hand. Frogs somewhere near the roadside chorus their chant absorbed, but a hush breathes out of the dreamlight that far in heaven is orbed. It is gentle as sleep falling and wide as thought can span, the ancient peace and wonder that brims the heart of man. Beyond the hills it shines now on no peace but the dead, on reek of trenches thunder shocked, tense fury of wills and wrestle locked, a chaos crumbled red. The 5 men in the moonlight chat, joke, or gaze apart. They talk of days and comrades, but each one hides his heart. They wear clean cap and tunic, as when they went to war. A gleam comes where the metal's pinned, but they will fight no more. The shadows, maimed and antic, gesture and shape distort, like mockery of a demon dumb out of the hellden whence they come that dogs them for his sport. But as if dead men were risen and stood before me there with a terrible fame about them blown in beams of spectral air. I see them, men transfigured as in a dream, dilate fabulous with the titan throb of battling Europe's fate. For history's hushed before them, and legend flames afresh. Verdun, the name of thunder, is written on their flesh. Lawrence Binyon. Verdun. 300,000 men, but not enough to break this township on a winding stream. More yet must fall, and more, ere the red stuff that built a nation's manhood may redeem the master's hopes and realize his dream. They pave the way to Verdun, on their dust the Hohenzollerns mount, and, hand in hand, gaze haggard south. For yet another thrust and higher hills must heap, ere they may stand to feed their eyes upon the promised land. One barrow, born of women, lifts them high, built up of many 1,000 human dead. Nursed on their mothers' bosoms, now they lie, a Golgotha, all shattered, torn and sped, a mountain for these royal feet to tread. A Golgotha, upon whose carrion clay justice of myriad men still in the womb shall heave 2 crosses, crucify and flay 2 memories accursed. Then in the tomb of worldwide execration give them room. Verdun! A clarion thy name shall ring adown the ages and the nations see thy monuments of glory. Now we bring thank-offering and bend the reverent knee, thou star upon the crown of liberty. Eden Philpotts. Guns of Verdun. Guns of Verdun point to Metz from the plated parapets. Guns of Metz grin back again o'er the fields of fair Lorraine. Guns of Metz are long and grey, growling through a summer day. Guns of Verdun, grey and long, boom and echo of their song. Guns of Metz to Verdun roar. Sisters, you shall foot the score. Guns of Verdun say to Metz, fear not, for we pay our debts. Guns of Metz they grumble. When? Guns of Verdun answer then, sisters, when to guard Lorraine gunners lay you east again. Patrick R. Chalmers. The Spires of Oxford. I saw the spires of Oxford as I was passing by, the grey spires of Oxford against the pearl-grey sky. My heart was with the Oxford men who went abroad to die. The years go fast in Oxford, the golden years and gay, the hoary colleges look down on careless boys at play. But when the bugles sounded war they put their games away. They left the peaceful river, the cricket field, the quad, the shaven lawns of Oxford, to seek a bloody sod. They gave their merry youth away for country and for God. God rest you, happy gentlemen, who laid your good lives down, who took the khaki and the gun instead of cap and gown. God bring you to a fairer place than even Oxford town. Winifred M. Letts. Oxford in wartime. The boat race will not be held this year, 1915. The whole of last year's Oxford 8, and the great majority of the cricket and football teams are serving the king. Under the towpath past the barges never an 8 goes flashing by, never a blatant coach on the marge is urging his crew to do or die, never the critic we knew enlarges, fluent, on how and why. Once by the Iffley Road November welcomed the football men aglow, covered with mud, as you'll remember, eager to vanquish Oxford's foe. Where are the teams of last December? Gone, where they had to go. Where are her sons who waged at cricket warfare against the foeman friend? Far from the parks, on a harder wicket, still they attack and still defend, playing a greater game, they'll stick it, fearless until the end. Oxford's goodliest children leave her, hastily thrusting books aside, still the hurrying weeks bereave her, filling her heart with joy and pride. Only the thought of you can grieve her, you who have fought and died. W. Snow. Oxford revisited in wartime. Beneath fair Magdalen's story towers I wander in a dream, and hear the mellow chimes float out o'er Cherwell's icebound stream. Throstle and blackbird stiff with cold hop on the frozen grass. Among the aged, upright oaks the dun deer slowly pass. The chapel organ rolls and swells, and voices still praise God, but the thought of youthful friends who lie beneath the sod. Now wounded men with gallant eyes go hobbling down the street, and nurses from the hospitals speed by with tireless feet. The town is full of uniforms, and through the stormy sky, frightening the rooks from the tallest trees, the aeroplanes roar by. The older faces still are here, more grave and true and kind, ennobled by the steadfast toil of patient heart and mind. And old-time friends are dearer grown to fill a double place. Unshaken faith makes glorious each forward-looking face. Old Oxford walls are grey and worn. She knows the truth of tears, but today she stands in her ancient pride crowned with eternal years. Gone are her sons, yet her heart is glad in the glory of their youth, for she brought them forth to live or die by freedom, justice, truth. Cold moonlight falls on silent towers, the young ghosts walk with the old, but Oxford dreams of the dawn of May, and her heart is free and bold. Tertius Van Dyke. Magdalen College. January, 1917. Sonnets written in the fall of 1914. Awake, ye nations, slumbering supine, who round entering the European fray. Heard ye the trumpet sound? The day! The day! The last that shall on England's empire shine! The Parliament that broke the right divine shall see her realm of reason swept away, and lesser nations shall the sword obey, the sword o'er all carve the great world's design. So on the English Channel boasts the foe on whose imperial brow death's helmet nods. Look where his hosts o'er bloody Belgium go, and mix a nation's past with blazing sods. A kingdom's waste. A people's homeless woe. Man's broken word, and violated gods. 2. Far fall the day when England's realm shall see the sunset of dominion. Her increase abolishes the man-dividing seas, and frames the brotherhood on earth to be. She, in free peoples planting sovereignty, orbs half the civil world in British peace, and though time dispossess her, and she cease, Rome like she greatens in man's memory. Oh, many a crown shall sink in war's turmoil, and many a new republic light the sky, fleets sweep the ocean, nations till the soil, genius be born and generations die. Orient and Occident together toil, ere such a mighty work man rears on high. 3. Hearken, the feet of the destroyer tread the winepress of the nations, fast the blood pours from the side of Europe. In the flood on the septentrional watershed the rivers of fair France are running red. England, the mother area of our brood, that on the summit of dominion stood, shakes in the blast, heaven battles overhead. Lift up thy head, O Reims, of ages ere that treasured up in thee their glorious sum, upon whose brow, prophetically fair, flamed the great morrow of the world to come. Haunt with thy beauty this volcanic air ere yet thou close, O flower of Christendom. 4. As when the shadow of the sun's eclipse sweeps on the earth, and spreads a spectral air, as if the universe were dying there, on continent, and out the darkness dips unwonted gloom, and on the Atlantic slips, so in the night the Belgian cities flare horizon wide, the wandering people fare along the roads, and load the fleeing ships. And westward borne that planetary sweep darkening o'er England and her times to be, already steps upon the ocean deep. Watch well, my country, that unearthly sea, lest when thou thinkest not, and in thy sleep, unapt for war, that gloom enshroud thee. I pray for peace, yet peace is but a prayer. How many wars have been in my brief years! All races and all faiths, both hemispheres, my eyes have seen embattled everywhere the wide earth through. Yet do I not despair of peace, that slowly through far ages nears. Though not to me the golden morn appears, my faith is perfect in time's issue fair. For man doth build on an eternal scale, and his ideals are framed of hope deferred. The millennium came not, yet Christ did not fail, though ever unaccomplished is his word. Him Prince of Peace, though unenthroned, we hail, supreme when in all bosoms he be heard. 6. This is my faith, and my mind's heritage, wherein I toil, though in a lonely place, who yet world-wide survey the human race unequal from wild nature disengage body and soul, and life's old strife assuage, still must abide, till heaven perfect its grace, and love-grown wisdom sweeten in man's face, alike the Christian and the heathen rage. The tutelary genius of mankind ripens by slow degrees the final state, that in the soul shall its foundations find and only in victorious love grow great. Patient the heart must be, humble the mind, that doth the greater births of time await. 7. Whence not unmoved I see the nations form from Dover to the fountains of the Rhine, 100 leagues, the scarlet battle line, and by the Vistula great armies swarm, a vaster flood. Rather my breast grows warm, seeing all peoples of the earth combine under one standard, with one countersign, grown brothers in the universal storm. And never through the wide world yet there rang a mightier summons. O thou who from the side of Athens and the loins of Cassar sprang, strike Europe, with half the coming world allied for those ideals for which, since Homer sang, the hosts of 30 centuries have died. George Edward Woodberry. The War Films. O living pictures of the dead, O songs without a sound, O fellowship whose phantom tread hell is a phantom ground, how in a gleam have these revealed the faith we had not found. We have sought God in a cloudy heaven, we have passed by God on earth, his 7 sins and his sorrows 7, his way-worn mood and mirth, like a ragged cloak have hid from us the secret of his birth. Brother of men, when now I see the lads go forth in line, thou knowest my heart is hungry in me as for thy bread and wine. Thou knowest my heart is bowed in me to take their death for mine. Henry Newbolt. The Searchlights. Political morality differs from individual morality, because there is no power above the state. General von Bernhard. Shadow by shadow, stripped for fight, the lean black cruisers search the sea. Night-long their level shafts of light revolve, and find no enemy. Only they know each sleeping wave may hide the lightning, and their grave. And in the land they guard so well is there no silent watch to keep. An age is dying, and the bell rings midnight on a vaster deep. But over all its waves, once more the searchlights move, from shore to shore. And captains that we thought were dead, and dreamers that we thought were dumb, and voices that we thought were fled, arise and call us, and we come, and search in thine own soul, they cry. For there, too, lurks thine enemy. Search for the foe in thine own soul, the sloth, the intellectual pride, the trivial jest that veils the goal for which our fathers lived and died, the lawless dreams, the cynic art, that rend thy nobler self apart. Not far into the night these level swords of light can pierce, yet for her faith does England fight, her faith in this our universe, believing truth and justice draw from founts of everlasting law. The law that rules the stars, our stay, our compass through the world's wide sea. The one sure light, the one sure way, the one firm base of liberty, the one firm road that men have trod through chaos to the throne of God. Therefore a power above the state, the unconquerable power, returns, the fire that made her great once more upon her altar burns, once more, redeemed and healed and whole, she moves to the eternal goal. Alfred Noyes. Christmas, 1915. Now is the midnight of the nations, dark even as death, beside her blood-dark seas earth, like a mother in birth agonies, screams in her travail, and the planets hark her million-throated terror. Naked, stark, her torso writhes enormous, and her knees shudder against the shadowed Pleiades, wrenching the night's imponderable arc. Christ! What shall be delivered to the morn out of these pangs, if ever indeed another morn shall succeed this night, or this vast mother survive to know the blood-spent offspring, torn from her racked flesh? What splendor from the smother! What new-winged world, or mangled God stillborn? Percy Mackay. Men who march away. Song of the Soldiers. What of the faith and fire within us men who march away ere the barncocks say night is growing grey, to hazards whence no tears can win us? What of the faith and fire within us men who march away? Is it a purblind prank, oh think you, friend with the musing eye who watch us stepping by, with doubt and dolorous sigh? Can much pondering so hoodwink you? Is it a purblind prank, oh think you, friend with the musing eye? Nay. We see well what we are doing, though some may not see, dalliers as they be, England's need are we, her distress would leave us ruing, nay. We well see what we are doing, though some may not see. In our heart of hearts believing victory crowns the just, and that braggarts must surely bite the dust, press we to the field ungrieving, in our heart of hearts believing victory crowns the just. Hence the faith and fire within us men who march away ere the barncocks say night is growing grey, to hazards whence no tears can win us. Hence the faith and fire within us men who march away. Thomas Hardy. September 5, 1914. We willed it not. We willed it not. We have not lived in hate, loving too well the shires of England thrown from sea to covet your estate, or wish one flight of fortune from your throne. We had grown proud because the nation stood hoping together against the calumny that, tortured of its old barbarian blood, barbarian still the heart of man should be. Builders there are who name you overlord, building with us the citadels of light, who hold as we this chartered sin abhorred, and cry you risen Caesar of the night. Beethoven speaks with Milton on this day, and Shakespeare's word with Goethe's beats the sky, in witness of the birthright you betray, in witness of the vision you deny. We love the hearth, the quiet hills, the song, the friendly gossip come from every land, and very peace were now a nameless wrong, you thrust this bitter quarrel to our hand. For this your pride the tragic armies go, and the grim navies watch along the seas, you trade in death, you mock at life, you throw to God the tumult of your blasphemies. You rob us of our love right. It is said, in treason to the world, you are enthroned, we rise, and by the yet ungathered dead, not lightly shall the treason be atoned. John Drinkwater. The Death of Peace. Now slowly sinks the day-long laboring sun behind the tranquil trees and old church tower, and we who watch him know our day is done. For us too comes the evening, and the hour. The sunbeams slanting through those ancient trees, the sunlit lichens burning on the byre, the lark descending, and the homing bees, proclaim the sweet relief all things desire. Golden the river brims beneath the west, and holy peace to all the world is given. The songless stock-dove preens her ruddy breast. The blue smoke windeth like a prayer to heaven. O old, old England, land of golden peace, thy fields are spun with gossameres of gold, and golden garners gather thy increase, and plenty crowns thy loveliness untold. By sunlight or by starlight ever thou art excellent in beauty manifold. The still star victory ever gems thy brow. Age cannot age thee, ages make thee old. Thy beauty brightens with the evening sun across the long-lit meads and distant spire. So sleep thou well, like his thy labor done. Rest in thy glory as he rests in fire. But even in this hour of soft repose a gentle sadness chides us like a friend, the sorrow of the joy that overflows, the burden of the beauty that must end. And from the fading sunset comes a cry, and in the twilight voices wailing past, like wild swans calling. When we rest we die, and woe to them that linger and are last. And as the sun sinks, sudden in heaven new born there shines an armed angel like a star, who cries above the darkling world in scorn. God comes to judgment. Learn ye what ye are. From fire to umber fades the sunset gold, from umber into silver and twilight. The infant flowers their orisons have told and turned together folded for the night. The garden urns are black against the eve, the white moth flitters through the fragrant glooms. How beautiful the heaveness! But yet we grieve and wander restless from the lighted rooms. For through the world tonight a murmur thrills as at some newborn prodigy of time. Peace dies like twilight bleeding on the hills, and darkness creeps to hide the hateful crime. Art thou no more, O maiden heaven-born, O peace, bright angel of the windless morn? Who comest down to bless our frowed fields, or stand like beauty smiling mid the corn? Mistress of mirth and ease and summer dreams, who lingerest among the woods and streams to help us heap the harvest 'neath the moon, and homeward laughing lead the lumbering teams. Who teachest to our children thy wise lore, who keepest full the goodman's golden store, who crownest life with plenty, death with flowers, peace, queen of kindness, but of earth no more. Not thine but ours the fault, thy care was vain, for this that we have done be ours the pain. Thou gayest much, as he who gave us all, and as we slew him for it thou art slain. He then left to men the moulding of their fate, to live as wolves or pile the pillared state, like boars and bears to grunt and growl and mire, or dwell aloft, effulgent gods, elate. Thou liftedst us, we slew and with thee fell, from golden thrones of wisdom weeping fell. Fate rends the chaplets from our feeble brows, the spires of heaven fade in fogs of hell. She faints, she falls, her dying eyes are dim, her fingers play with those bright buds she bore to please us, but that she can bring no more, and dying yet she smiles, as Christ on him who slew him slain. Her eyes so beauteous are lit with tears shed, not for herself but us. The gentle beings of the hearth and home, the lovely dryads of her isled woods, the angels that do dwell in solitudes where she dwelleth, and joyous spirits that roam to bless her bleating flocks and fruitful lands, are gathered there to weep, and kiss her dying hands. Look, look! They cry. She is not dead, she breathes! And we have staunched the damned wound in deep, the cavern carven wound. She doth but sleep and will awake. Bring wine, and new wound wreaths wherewith to crown awaking her dear head, and make her queen again. But no, for peace was dead. And then there came black lords, and dwarfs obscene with lavish tongues, and trolls, and treacherous things like loose-lipped counselors and cruel kings who sharpened lies and daggers subterrene, and flashed their evil eyes and weeping cried, "We ruled the world for peace." By her own hand she died. In secret he made sharp the bitter blade, and poisoned it with bane of lies and drew, and stabbed, O God! The cruel cripple slew, and cowards fled or lent him trembling aid, she fell and died. In all the tale of time the direst deed e'er done, the most accursed crime. Ronald Ross. In wartime, an American homeward bound. Further and further we leave the scene of war, and of England's care. I try to keep my mind serene, but my heart stays there. For a distant song of pain and wrong my spirit doth deep confuse, and I sit all day on the deck, and long for news. I seem to see them in battle line, heroes with hearts of gold, but of their victory a sign the fates withhold. And the hours too tardy-footed pass, the voiceless hush grows dense mid the imaginings. Alas! That feeds suspense. Oh, might I lie on the wind, or fly in the wilful seabird's track, Would I hurry on, with a homesick cry, or hasten back? Florence O. Coates. The anvil. Burned from the ore's rejected dross, the iron whitens in the heat. With plangent strokes of pain and loss the hammers on the iron beat. Searched by the fire, through death and dole we feel the iron in our soul. O dreadful forge! If torn and bruised the heart, more urgent comes our cry not to be spared but to be used, brain, sinew, and spirit, before we die. Beat out the iron, edge it keen, and shape us to the end we mean. Lawrence Binyon. The fool rings his bells. Come, death, I'd have a word with thee, and thou, poor innocency, and love, a lad with broken wing, and pity, too, the fool shall sing to you, as fools will sing. Aye, music hath small sense, and a tune's soon told, and earth is old, and my poor wits are dense, yet have I secrets dark, my dear, to breathe you all, come near. And lest some hideous listener tells, I'll ring my bells. They're all at war! Yes, yes, their bodies go neath burning sun and icy star to chaunted songs of woe, dragging cold cannon through a mud of rain and blood, the new moon glinting hard on eyes wide with insanities. Hush! I use words I hardly know the meaning of, and the mute birds are glancing at love, from out their shade of leaf and flower, trembling at treacheries, which even in noonday cower. Heed not what I said of frenzied hosts of men, more fools than I, on envy, hatred fed, who kill and die. Spake I not plainly, then? Yet pity whispered, Why? Thou silly thing, off to thy daisies go. Mine was not news for child to know, and death no ears hath. He hath supped where creep eyeless worms in hush of sleep, yet when he smiles, the hand he draws athwart his grinning jaws faintly their thin bones rattle, and there, hearken how my bells in the air drive away care. Nay, but a dream I had of a world all mad. Not a simple happy mad like me, who am mad like an empty scene of water and willow tree, where the wind hath been, but that foul Satan mad, who rots in his own head, and counts the dead, not honest one, and two, but for the ghosts they were, brave, faithful, true, when, head in air, in earth's dear green and blue heaven they did share with beauty who bade them there. There, now! He goes, old bones, I've wearied him. Aye, and the light doth dim, and asleep's the rose, and tired innocence and dreams is hence. Come, love, my lad, nodding that drowsy head, 'tis time thy prayers were said. Walter de la Mare. The Road to Dieppe. Concerning the experiences of a journey on foot through the night of August 4th, 1914, the night after the formal declaration of war between England and Germany, from a town near Amiens, in France, to Dieppe, a distance of somewhat more than 40 miles. Before I knew, the dawn was on the road, close at my side, so silently he came nor gave a sign of salutation, save to touch with light my sleeve and make the way appear as if a shining countenance had looked on it. Strange was this radiant youth, as I, to these fair, fertile parts of France, where Caesar with his legions once had passed, and where the Kaiser's Uhlans yet would pass or ere another moon should cope with clouds for mastery of these same fields. Tonight, and but a month has gone since I walked there, well might the Kaiser write, as Caesar wrote, in his new commentaries on a Gallic war, Fortissimi Belgi. A moon ago. Who would have then divined that dead would lie like swaths of grain beneath the harvest moon upon these lands the ancient Belgi held, from Normandy beyond renowned Liege? But it was out of that dread August night from which all Europe woke to war, that we, this beautiful dawn youth, and I, had come, he from afar. Beyond grim Petrograd he'd wake the muzhik from his peaceful dreams, bid the muezzin call to morning prayer where minarets rise o'er the Golden Horn, and driven shadows from the Prussian march to lie beneath the lindens of the Stadt. Softly he'd stirred the bells to ring at Reims, he knocked at high Montmartre, hardly asleep, heard the sweet carillon of doomed Louvain boylike, had tarried for a moment's play amid the traceries of Amiens, and then was hastening on the road to Dieppe, when he o'ertook me drowsy from the hours through which I'd walked, with no companions else than ghostly kilometer posts that stood as sentinels of space along the way. Often, in doubt, I'd pause to question one, with nervous hands as they who read moon type, and more than once I'd caught a moment's sleep beside the highway, in the dripping grass, while one of these white sentinels stood guard, knowing me for a friend, who loves the road, and best of all by night, when wheels do sleep and stars alone do walk abroad. But once 3 watchful shadows, deeper than the dark, laid hands on me and searched me for the marks of traitor or of spy, only to find over my heart the badge of loyalty. With wish for bon voyage they gave me o'er to the white guards who led me on again. Thus dawn o'ertook me and with magic speech made me forget the night as we strode on. Where'er he looked a miracle was wrought, a tree grew from the darkness at a glance, a hut was thatched, a new chateau was reared of stone, as weathered as the church at Caen. Grey blooms were colored suddenly in red, a flag was flung across the eastern sky. Nearer at hand, he made me then aware of peasant women bending in the fields, cradling and gleaning by the first scant light their sons and husbands somewhere o'er the edge of these green golden fields which they had sowed, but will not reap, out somewhere on the march, God but knows where and if they come again. One fallow field he pointed out to me where but the day before a peasant ploughed, dreaming of next year's fruit, and there his plough stood now midfield, his horses commandeered, a monstrous sable crow perched on the beam. Before I knew, the dawn was on the road, far from my side, so silently he went, catching his golden helmet as he ran, and hastening on along the dun straight way, where old men's sabots now began to clack and withered women, knitting, led their cows, on to call the men of Kitchener down to their coasts, I shouting after him, "O dawn, would you had let the world sleep on till all its armament were turned to rust, nor waked it to this day of hideous hate, of man's red murder and of woman's woe." Famished and lame, I came at last to Dieppe, but dawn had made his way across the sea, and, as I climbed with heavy feet the cliff, was even then upon the sky-built towers of that great capital where nations all, Teuton, Italian, Gallic, English, Slav, forget long hates in one consummate faith. John Finley. To fellow travelers in Greece, March September, 1914. 'Twas in the piping tune of peace we trod the sacred soil of Greece, nor thought, where the Ilissus runs, of Teuton craft or Teuton guns. Nor dreamt that, ere the year was spent, their iron challenge insolent would round the world's horizons pour, from Europe to the Australian shore. The tides of war had ebbed away from Trachis and Thermopylae. Long centuries had come and gone since that fierce day at Marathon. Freedom was firmly based, and we walled by our own encircling sea, the ancient passions dead, and men battled with ledger and with pen. So seemed it, but to them alone the wisdom of the gods is known, lest freedom's price decline, from far Zeus hurled the thunderbolt of war. And so once more the Persians steal the armies of the Greeks must feel, and once again a Xerxes know the virtue of a Spartan foe. Thus may the cloudy fates unrolled retrace the starry circles old, and the recurrent heavens decree a Periclean dynasty. W. MacNeill Dixon. When there is peace, our land no more will be the land we knew of yore. Thus do our facile seers foretell the truth that none can buy or sell, and e'en the wisest must ignore. When we have bled at every pore, shall we still strive for gear and store? Will it be heaven? Will it be hell, when there is peace? This let us pray for, this implore, that all base dreams thrust out at door, we may in loftier aims excel, and, like men waking from a spell, grow stronger, nobler, than before, when there is peace. Austin Dobson. A Prayer in Time of War. The war will change many things in art and life, and among them, it is to be hoped, many of our own ideas as to what is, and what is not. Intellectual. Thou, whose deep ways are in the sea, whose footsteps are not known, tonight a world that turned from thee is waiting, at thy throne. The towering Babels that we raised where scoffing sophists sprawl, the little antichrists we praised, the night is on them all. The fool hath said, and we, who deemed him wise, we who believed that thou wast dead, how should we seek thine eyes? How should we seek to thee for power who scorned thee yesterday? How should we kneel, in this dread hour? Lord, teach us how to pray. Grant us the single heart, once more, that mocks no sacred thing, the sword of truth our fathers wore when thou wast Lord and King. Let darkness unto darkness tell our deep unspoken prayer, for, while our souls in darkness dwell, we know that thou art there. Alfred Noyes. Then and now. When battles were fought with a chivalrous sense of should and ought, in spirit men said, "End we quick or dead, honor is some reward. Let us fight fair, for our own best or worst. So, gentlemen of the guard, fire first." In the open they stood, man to man in his knightlyhood. They would not deign to profit by a stain on the honorable rules, knowing that practice perfidy no man durst who in the heroic schools was nursed. But now, behold, what is war with those where honor is not? Rama laments its dead innocence. Herod howls. Sly slaughter rules now. Let us, by modes once called accursed, overhead, under water stab first. Thomas Hardy. The Kaiser and God. I rejoice with you in Wilhelm's first victory. How magnificently God supported him! Telegram from the Kaiser to the Crown Princess. Led by Wilhelm, as you tell, God has done extremely well. You with patronizing nod show that you approve of God. Kaiser face a question new, this, does God approve of you? Broken pledges, treaties torn, your first page of war adorn. We on fouler things must look who read further in that book, where you did in time of war all that you in peace forswore, where you, barbarously wise, bade your soldiers terrorize. Where you made, the deed was fine, women screen your firing line. Villages burned down to dust, torture, murder, bestial lust, filth too foul for printer's ink, crime from which the apes would shrink. Strange the offerings that you press on the God of righteousness. Kaiser, when you decorate sons or friends who serve your state, not that iron cross bestow, but a cross of wood, and so remind the world that you have made Calvary anew. Kaiser, when you kneel in prayer look upon your hands, and there let that deep and awful stain from the wood of children slain burn your very soul with shame, till you dare not breathe that name that now you glibly advertise, God as one of your allies. Impious braggart, you forget, God is not your conscript yet. You shall learn in dumb amaze that his ways are not your ways, that the mire through which you trod is not the high white road of God. To whom, whichever way the combat rolls, we, fighting to the end, commend our souls. Barry Payne. The Superman. The horror-haunted Belgian plains riven by shot and shell are strewn with her undaunted sons who stayed the jaws of hell. In every sunny vale of France death is the countersign. The purest blood in Britain's veins is being poured like wine. Far, far across the crimson map the impassioned armies sweep. Destruction flashes down the sky and penetrates the deep. The dreadnought knows the silent dread, and sees incarnadine attest the carnival of strife, the man's battle scene. Relentless, savage, hot, and grim the infuriate columns press where terror simulates disdain and danger is largest, where greedy youth claims death for bride and agony seems bliss. It is the cause, my soul, which sanctifies all this. Ride, Cossacks, ride! Charge, Turcos, charge! The fateful hour has come. Let all the guns of Britain roar or be forever dumb. The Superman has burst his bonds. With culture flag unfurled and prayer on lip he runs amok, imperiling the world. The impious creed that might is right in him personified bids all creation bend before the insatiate Teuton pride, which, nourished on Valhalla dreams of empire unconfined, would make the cannon and the sword the despots of mankind. Efficient, thorough, strong, and brave, his vision is to kill. Force is the hearthstone of his might, the polestar of his will. His forges glow malevolent, their minions never tire to deck the goddess of his lust whose twins are blood and fire. O world grown sick with butchery and manifold distress! O broken Belgium robbed of all save grief and ghastliness! Should Prussian power enslave the world and arrogance prevail, let chaos come, let Moloch rule, and Christ give place to Baal. Robert Grant. 3 Hills. There is a hill in England, green fields and a school I know, where the balls fly fast in summer, and the whispering elm trees grow, a little hill, a dear hill, and the playing fields below. There is a hill in Flanders, heaped with 1,000 slain, where the shells fly night and noontide and the ghosts that died in vain, a little hill, a hard hill to the souls that died in pain. There is a hill in Jewry, 3 crosses pierce the sky, on the midmost he is dying to save all those who die, a little hill, a kind hill to souls in jeopardy. Everard Owen. Harrow, December, 1915. the return. I heard the rumbling guns. I saw the smoke, the unintelligible shock of hosts that still, far off, unseeing, strove and strove again, and beauty flying naked down the hill. From morn to eve, and the stern night cried peace, and shut the strife in darkness, all was still, then slowly crept a triumph on the dark, and I heard beauty singing up the hill. John Freeman. The mobilization in Brittany. It was silent in the street. I did not know until a woman told me, sobbing over the muslin she sold me. Then I went out and walked to the square and saw a few dazed people standing there. And then the drums beat, the drums beat. Oh, then the drums beat. And hurrying, stumbling through the street came the hurrying, stumbling feet. Oh, I have heard the drums beat for war. I have heard the townsfolk come, I have heard the roll and thunder of the nearest drum as the drummer stopped and cried, "Here! Be strong! The summons comes! Prepare!" Closing, he prayed us to be calm. And there was calm in my heart of the desert, of the Dead Sea, of vast plains of the west before the coming storm, and there was calm in their eyes like the last calm that shall be. And then the drum beat, the fatal drum beat, and the drummer marched through the street and down to another square, and the drummer above took up the beat and sent it onward where huddled we stood and heard the drums roll, and then a bell began to toll. Oh, I have heard the thunder of drums crashing into simple poor homes. I have heard the drums roll. Farewell! I have heard the tolling cathedral bell. Will it ever peal again? Shall I ever smile or feel again? What was joy? What was pain? For I have heard the drums beat, I have seen the drummer striding from street to street, crying, "Be strong! Hear what I must tell!" while the drums roared and rolled and beat for war. 2. Last night the men of this region were leaving. Now they are far. Rough and strong they are, proud and gay they are. So this is the way of war. The train was full and we all shouted as it pulled away. They sang an old war song, they were true to themselves, they were gay. We might have thought they were going for a holiday. Except for something in the air, except for the weeping of the ruddy old women of Finisterre. The younger women do not weep. They dream and stare. They seem to be walking in dreams. They seem not to know it is their homes, their happiness, vanishing so. Every strong man between 20 and 40 must go. They sang an old war song. I have heard it often in other days, but never before when war was walking the world's highways. They sang, they shouted, the Marseillaise. The train went and another has gone, but none, coming, has brought word. Though you may know, you, out in the world, we have not heard, we are not sure that the great battalions have stirred. Except for something, something in the air, except for the weeping of the wild old women of Finisterre. How long will the others dream and stare? The train went. The strong men of this region are all away, afar. Rough and strong they are, proud and gay they are. So this is the way of war. Grace Fallow Norton. The Toy Band, a song of the great retreat. Dreary lay the long road, dreary lay the town, lights out and never a glint o' moon. Weary lay the stragglers, 1,000 down, sad sighed the weary big dragoon. Oh! If I'd a drum here to make them take the road again, oh! If I'd a fife to wheedle, come, boys, come! You that mean to fight it out, wake and take your load again, fall in! Fall in! Follow the fife and drum! Hey, but here's a toy shop, here's a drum for me, penny whistles too to play the tune. 1,000 dead men soon shall hear and see we're a band, said the weary big dragoon. Rub-a-dub! Rub-a-dub! Wake and take the road again, wheedle-deedle-deedle-dee, come, boys, come! You that mean to fight it out, wake and take your load again, fall in! Fall in! Follow the fife and drum! Cheerly goes the dark road, cheerly goes the night, cheerly goes the blood to keep the beat, 1,000 dead men marching on to fight with a little penny drum to lift their feet. Rub-a-dub! Rub-a-dub! Wake and take the road again, wheedle-deedle-deedle-dee, come, boys, come! You that mean to fight it out, wake and take your load again, fall in! Fall in! Follow the fife and drum! As long as there's an Englishman to ask a tale of me, as long as I can tell the tale aright, We'll not forget the penny whistles wheedle-deedle-dee and the big dragoon beating down the night. Rub-a-dub. Rub-a-dub. Wake and take the road again, wheedle-deedle-deedle-dee, come, boys, come! You that mean to fight it out, wake and take your load again, fall in! Fall in! Follow the fife and drum! Henry Newbolt. Thomas of the Light Heart. Facing the guns, he jokes as well as any judge upon the bench. Between the crash of shell and shell his laughter rings along the trench. He seems immensely tickled by a projectile which he calls a Black Maria. He whistles down the day-long road, and when the chilly shadows fall and heavier hangs the weary load, is he downhearted? Not at all. 'Tis then he takes a light and airy view of the tedious route to Tipperary. His songs are not exactly hymns, he never learned them in the choir, and yet they brace his dragging limbs although they miss the sacred fire, although his choice and cherished gems do not include the watch upon the Thames. He takes to fighting as a game, he does no talking, through his hat, of holy missions, all the same he has his faith, be sure of that, he'll not disgrace his sporting breed, nor play what isn't cricket. There's his creed. Owen Seaman. October, 1914. In the trenches. As I lay in the trenches under the hunter's moon, my mind ran to the lenches cut in a Wiltshire down. I saw their long black shadows, the beeches in the lane, the grey church in the meadows and my white cottage, plain. Thinks I, the down lies dreaming under that hot moon's eye, which sees the shells fly screaming and men and horses die. And what makes she, I wonder, of the horror and the blood, and what's her luck, to sunder the evil from the good? 'T was more than I could compass, for how was I to think with such infernal rumpus and such a blasted stink? But here's a thought to tally with t'other. That moon sees a shrouded German valley with woods and ghostly trees. And maybe there's a river as we have got at home with poplar trees a-quiver and clots of whirling foam. And over there's some fellow, a German and a foe, whose gills are turning yellow as sure as mine are so. Watches that riding glory apparelled in her gold, and craves to hear the story her frozen lips enfold. And if he sees as clearly as I do where her shrine must fall, he longs as dearly, with heart as full as mine. Maurice Hewlett. The Guards came through. Men of the 21st up by the chalk pit wood, weak with our wounds and our thirst, wanting our sleep and our food, after a day and a night, God, shall we ever forget? Beaten and broken the fight, but sticking it yet. Trying to hold the line, fainting and spent and done, always the thud and the whine, always the yell of the Hun. Northumberland, Lancaster, York, Durham and Somerset, fighting alone, worn to the bone, but sticking it yet. Never a message of hope. Never a word of cheer. Fronting Hill 70's shell-swept slope, with the dull dead plain in our rear. Always the whine of the shell, always the roar of its burst, always the tortures of hell, as waiting and wincing we cursed our luck and the guns and the Boche, when our corporal shouted, "Stand to!" and I heard someone cry, "Clear the front for the Guards!" and the Guards came through. Our throats they were parched and hot, but Lord, if you'd heard the cheers! Irish and Welsh and Scot, Coldstream and Grenadiers. 2 brigades, if you please, dressing as straight as a hem. We were down on our knees, praying for us and for them. Lord, I could speak for a week, but how could you understand? How should your cheeks be wet? Such feelin's don't come to you. But when can me or my mates forget, when the Guards came through? 5 yards left extend! It passed from rank to rank, line after line with never a bend, and a touch of the London swank. A trifle of swank and dash, cool as a home parade, twinkle and glitter and flash, flinching never a shade, with the shrapnel right in their face doing their Hyde Park stunt, keeping their swing at an easy pace, arms at the trail, eyes front. Man, it was great to see. Man, it was fine to do. It's a cot and a hospital ward for me, but I'll tell em in Blighty, wherever I be, how the Guards came through. Arthur Conan Doyle. The Passengers of a Retarded Submersible, November, 1916. The American people, what was it kept you so long, brave German submersible? We have been very anxious lest matters had not gone well with you and the precious cargo of your country's drugs and dyes. But here you are at last, and the sight is good for our eyes, glad to welcome you up and out of the caves of the sea, and ready for sale or barter, whatever your will may be. The captain of the submersible. Oh, do not be impatient, good friends of this neutral land, that we have been so tardy in reaching your eager strand. We were stopped by a curious chance just off the Irish coast, where the mightiest wreck ever was lay crowded with a host of the dead that went down with her, and some prayed us to bring them here that they might be at home with their brothers and sisters dear. We Germans have tender hearts, and it grieved us sore to say we were not a passenger ship, and to most we must answer nay, but if from among their hundreds they could somehow a half-score choose, we thought we could manage to bring them, and we would not refuse. They chose, and the women and children that are greeting you here are those ghosts of the women and children that the rest of the 100 chose. The American people, what guff are you giving us, Captain? We are able to tell, we hope, a dozen ghosts, when we see them, apart from a periscope. Come, come, get down to business. For time is money, you know, and you must make up in both to us for having been so slow. Better tell this story of yours to the submarines, for we know there was no such wreck, and none of your spookery. The ghosts of the Lusitania women and children, oh, kind kin of our murderers, take us back when you sail away. Our own kin have forgotten us. Oh, Captain, do not stay! But hasten, Captain, hasten. The wreck that lies under the sea shall be ever the home for us this land can never be. William Dean Howells. Edith Cavell. She was binding the wounds of her enemies when they came, the lint in her hand unrolled. They battered the door with their rifle butts, crashed it in, she faced them gentle and bold. They haled her before the judges where they sat in their places, helmet on head. With question and menace the judges assailed her. Yes, I have broken your law, she said. I have tended the hurt and hidden the hunted, have done as a sister does to a brother, because of a law that is greater than that you have made, because I could do none other. Deal as you will with me. This is my choice to the end, to live in the life I vowed. She is self-confessed. They cried. She is self-condemned. She shall die, that the rest may be cowed. In the terrible hour of the dawn, when the veins are cold, they led her forth to the wall. I have loved my land, she said, but it is not enough. Love requires of me all. I will empty my heart of the bitterness, hating none. And sweetness filled her brave with a vision of understanding beyond the hour that knelled to the waiting grave. They bound her eyes, but she stood as if she shone. The rifles it was that shook when the hoarse command rang out. They could not endure that last, that defenseless look. And the officer strode and pistoled her surely, ashamed that men, seasoned in blood, should quail at a woman, only a woman, as a flower stamped in the mud. And now that the deed was securely done, in the night when none had known her fate, they answered those that had striven for her, day by day. It is over, you come too late. And with many words and sorrowful phrased excuse argued their German right to kill, most legally. Hard though the duty be, the law must assert its might. Only a woman! Yet she had pity on them, the victim offered slain to the gods of fear that they worship. Leave them there, red hands, to clutch their gain. She bewailed not herself, and we will bewail her not, but with tears of pride rejoice that an English soul was found so crystal clear to be triumphant voice of the human heart that dares adventure all but live to itself untrue, and beyond all laws sees love as the light in the night, as the star it must answer to. The hurts she healed, the thousands comforted, these make a fragrance of her fame. But because she stepped to her star right on through death, it is victory speaks her name. Lawrence Binyon. The Hell Gate of Soissons. My name is Dorino, the poet. You have heard? Oui, Comédie Française. Perchance it has happened, mon ami, you know of my unworthy lays. Ah, then you must guess how my fingers are itching to talk to a pen, for I was at Soissons, and saw it, the death of the 12 Englishmen. My leg, malheureusement, I left it behind on the banks of the Aisne. Regret? I would pay with the other to witness their valor again. A trifle, indeed, I assure you, to give for the honor to tell how that handful of British, undaunted, went into the gateway of hell. Let me draw you a plan of the battle. Here we French and your engineers stood, over there a detachment of German sharpshooters lay hid in a wood. A mitrailleuse battery planted on top of this well-chosen ridge held the road for the Prussians, and covered the direct approach to the bridge. It was madness to dare the dense murder that spewed from those ghastly machines. Only those who have danced to its music can know what the mitrailleuse means. But the bridge on the Aisne was a menace. Our safety demanded its fall. Engineers, volunteers! In a body, the Royals stood out at the call. Death at best was the fate of that mission. To their glory not one was dismayed. A party was chosen, and 7 survived till the powder was laid. And they died with their fuses unlighted. Another detachment. Again a sortie is made, all too vainly. The bridge still commanded the Aisne. We were fighting 2 foes, time and Prussia. The moments were worth more than troops. We must blow up the bridge. A lone soldier darts out from the Royals and swoops for the fuse. Fate seems with us. We cheer him. He answers. Our hopes are reborn. A ball rips his visor. His khaki shows red where another has torn. Will he live? Will he last? Will he make it? Helas! And so near to the goal. A second, he dies. Then a third one. A fourth. Still the Germans take toll. A fifth, magnifique. It is magic. How does he escape them? He may. Yes, he does. See, the match flares. A rifle rings out from the wood and says, "Nay!" 6, 7, 8, 9 take their places. 6, 7, 8, 9 brave their hail. 6, 7, 8, 9, how we count them! But the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th fail. A 10th. Sacre nom! But these English are soldiers, they know how to try. He fumbles the place where his jaw was. They show, too, how heroes can die. 10 we count, 10 who ventured unquailing. 10 there were, and 10 are no more. Yet another salutes and superbly essays where the 10 failed before. God of battles, look down and protect him. Lord, his heart is as thine, let him live. But the mitrailleuse splutters and stutters, and riddles him into a sieve. Then I thought of my sins, and sat waiting the charge that we could not withstand. And I thought of my beautiful Paris, and gave a last look at the land, at France, my belle France, in her glory of blue sky and green field and wood. Death with honor, but never surrender. And to die with such men, it was good. They are forming, the bugles are blaring, they will cross in a moment, and then. When out of the line of the Royals, your island, mon ami, breeds men, burst a private, a tawny-haired giant. It was hopeless, but seal! How he ran! Bon Dieu, please remember the pattern, and make many more on his plan. No cheers from our ranks, and the Germans, they halted in wonderment too. See, he reaches the bridge. Ah! He lights it. I am dreaming, it cannot be true. Screams of rage. Fusillade! They have killed him! Too late though, the good work is done. By the valor of 12 English martyrs, the hell gate of Soissons is won. Herbert Kaufman. The Virgin of Albert, Notre Dame de Berbiers. Shyly expectant, gazing up at her, they linger, Gaul and Britain, side by side. Death they know well, for daily have they died, spending their boyhood ever bravelier. They wait. Here is no priest or chorister. Birds skirt the stricken tower, terrified. Desolate, empty, is the Eastertide, yet still they wait, watching the babe and her. Broken, the mother stoops, the brutish foe hurled with dull hate his bolts, and down she swayed, down, till she saw the toiling swarms below, platoons, guns, transports, endlessly arrayed. Women are woe for them! Let me be theirs, and comfort them, and hearken all their prayers! George Herbert Clark. Retreat. Broken, bewildered by the long retreat across the stifling leagues of southern plain, across the scorching leagues of trampled grain, half stunned, half blinded, by the trudge of feet and dusty smother of the August heat, he dreamt of flowers in an English lane, of hedgerow flowers glistening after rain, all heal and willowherb and meadowsweet. All heal and willowherb and meadowsweet. The innocent names kept up a cool refrain, all heal and willowherb and meadowsweet, chiming and tinkling in his aching brain, until he babbled like a child again. All heal and willowherb and meadowsweet. Wilfred Wilson Gibson. A letter from the front. I was out early today, spying about from the top of a haystack. Such a lovely morning, and when I mounted again to canter back I saw across a field in the broad sunlight a young gunner subaltern, stalking along with a rook rifle held at the ready, and, would you believe it, a domestic cat, soberly marching beside him. So I laughed, and felt quite well disposed to the youngster, and shouted out, "The top of the morning!" to him, and wished him good sport. And then I remembered my rank, and his, and what I ought to be doing, and I rode nearer and added, "I can only suppose you have not seen the Commander-in-Chief's order forbidding English officers to annoy their allies by hunting and shooting." But he stood and saluted and said earnestly, "I beg your pardon, sir, I was only going out to shoot a sparrow to feed my cat with." So there was the whole picture, the lovely early morning, the occasional shells screeching and scattering past us, the empty landscape, empty, except for the young gunner saluting, and the cat, anxiously watching his every movement. I may be wrong, and I may have told it badly, but it struck me as being extremely ludicrous. Henry Newbolt. Reims Cathedral, 1914. A winged death has smitten dumb thy bells, and poured them molten from thy tragic towers. Now are the windows dust that were thy flower patterned like frost, petalled like asphodels. Gone are the angels and the archangels, the saints, the little lamb above thy door, the shepherd Christ. They are not any more, save in the soul where exiled beauty dwells. But who has heard within thy vaulted gloom that old divine insistence of the sea, when music flows along the sculptured stone in tides of prayer? For him thy windows bloom like faithful sunset, warm immortally. Thy bells live on, and heaven is in their tone. Grace Hazard Conkling. I have a rendezvous with death. I have a rendezvous with death at some disputed barricade. When spring comes back with rustling shade and apple blossoms fill the air, I have a rendezvous with death when spring brings back blue days and fair. It may be he shall take my hand and lead me into his dark land and close my eyes and quench my breath. It may be I shall pass him still. I have a rendezvous with death on some scarred slope of battered hill, when spring comes round again this year and the first meadow flowers appear. God knows 'twere better to be deep pillowed in silk and scented down, where love throbs out and blissful sleep pulse nigh to pulse, and breath to breath, where hushed awakenings are dear. But I've a rendezvous with death at midnight in some flaming town, when spring trips north again this year, and I to my pledged word am true, I shall not fail that rendezvous. Alan Seeger. The Soldier. If I should die, think only this of me, that there's some corner of a foreign field that is forever England. There shall be in that rich earth a richer dust concealed, a dust whom England bore, shaped, made aware, gave once her flowers to love, her ways to roam, a body of England's, breathing English air, washed by the rivers, blessed by sons of home. And think this heart, all evil shed away, a pulse in the eternal mind, no less gives somewhere back the thoughts by England given, her sights and sounds, dreams happy as her day, and laughter, learned of friends, and gentleness, in hearts at peace, under an English heaven. Rupert Brooke. Expectans expectavi. From morn to midnight, all day through, I laugh and play as others do, I sin and chatter, just the same as others with a different name. And all year long upon the stage, I dance and tumble and do rage so vehemently, I scarcely see the inner and eternal me. I have a temple I do not visit, a heart I have forgot, a self that I have never met, a secret shrine, and yet, this sanctuary of my soul unwitting I keep white and whole, unlatched and lit, if thou shouldst care to enter or to tarry there. With parted lips and outstretched hands and listening ears thy servant stands, call thou early, call thou late, to thy great service dedicate. Charles Hamilton Sorley. May, 1915. The Volunteer. Here lies a clerk who half his life had spent toiling at ledgers in a city grey, thinking that so his days would drift away with no lance broken in life's tournament. Yet ever twixt the books and his bright eyes the gleaming eagles of the legions came, and horsemen, charging under phantom skies, went thundering past beneath the oriflamme. And now those waiting dreams are satisfied. From twilight to the halls of dawn he went. His lance is broken, but he lies content with that high hour in which he lived and died. And falling thus he wants no recompense, who found his battle in the last resort, nor needs he any hearse to bear him hence, who goes to join the men of Agincourt. Herbert Asquith. into battle. The naked earth is warm with spring, and with green grass and bursting trees leans to the sun's gaze glorying, and quivers in the sunny breeze. And life is color and warmth and light, and is striving evermore for these. And he is dead who will not fight, and who dies fighting has increase. The fighting man shall from the sun take warmth, and life from the glowing earth, speed with the lightfoot winds to run, and with the trees to newer birth, and find, when fighting shall be done, great rest, and fullness after dearth. All the bright company of heaven hold him in their high comradeship, the dog-star, and the sisters seven, Orion's belt and sword hip. The woodland trees that stand together, they stand to him each one a friend, they gently speak in the windy weather, they guide to valley and ridge's end. The kestrel hovering by day, and the little owls that call by night, bid him be swift and keen as they, as keen of ear, as swift of sight. The blackbird sings to him, "Brother, brother, if this be the last song you shall sing, sing well, for you may not sing another. Brother, sing." In dreary, doubtful, waiting hours, before the brazen frenzy starts, the horses show him nobler powers. O patient eyes, courageous hearts! And when the burning moment breaks, and all things else are out of mind, and only joy of battle takes him by the throat, and makes him blind, through joy and blindness he shall know, not caring much to know, that still nor lead nor steel shall reach him, so that it be not the destined will. The thundering line of battle stands, and in the air death moans and sings, but day shall clasp him with strong hands, and night shall fold him in soft wings. Julian Grenfell. Flanders, April, 1915. The Cricketers of Flanders. The first to climb the parapet with cricket balls in either hand, the first to vanish in the smoke of God-forsaken no man's land, first at the wire and soonest through, first at those red-mouthed hounds of hell, the Maxims, and the first to fall, they do their bit and do it well. Full 60 yards I've seen them throw with all that nicety of aim they learned on British cricket fields. Ah, bombing is a Briton's game. Shell-hole to shell-hole, trench to trench, lobbing them over, with an eye as true as though it were a game and friends were having tea close by. Pull down some art-offending thing of carven stone, and in its stead let splendid bronze commemorate these men, the living and the dead. No figure of heroic size, towering skyward like a god, but just a lad who might have stepped from any British bombing squad. His shrapnel helmet set atilt, his bombing waistcoat sagging low, his rifle slung across his back, poised in the very act to throw. And let some graven legend tell of those weird battles in the West wherein he put old skill to use, and played old games with sterner zest. Thus should he stand, reminding those in less believing days, perchance, how Britain's fighting cricketers helped bomb the Germans out of France. And other eyes than ours would see, and other hearts than ours would thrill, and others say, as we have said, "A sportsman and a soldier still!" James Norman Hall. All the hills and valleys along, all the hills and valleys along earth is bursting into song, and the singers are the chaps who are going to die perhaps. Oh, sing, marching men, till the valleys ring again. Give your gladness to earth's keeping, so be glad when you are sleeping. Cast away regret and rue, think what you are marching to. Little live, great pass. Jesus Christ and Barabbas were found the same day. This died, that went his way. So sing with joyful breath. For why, you are going to death. Teeming earth will surely store all the gladness that you pour. Earth that never doubts nor fears, earth that knows of death, not tears, earth that bore with joyful ease hemlock for Socrates, earth that blossomed and was glad 'neath the cross that Christ had, shall rejoice and blossom too when the bullet reaches you. Wherefore, men marching on the road to death, sing! Pour your gladness on earth's head, so be merry, so be dead. From the hills and valleys earth shouts back the sound of mirth, tramp of feet and lilt of song ringing all the road along. All the music of their going, ringing, swinging, glad song throwing, earth will echo still, when foot lies numb and voice mute. On, marching men, on to the gates of death with song. Sow your gladness for earth's reaping, so you may be glad though sleeping. Strew your gladness on earth's bed, so be merry, so be dead. Charles Hamilton Sorley. No Man's Land. No man's land is an eerie sight at early dawn in the pale gray light. Never a house and never a hedge in no man's land from edge to edge, and never a living soul walks there to taste the fresh of the morning air. Only some lumps of rotting clay, that were friends or foemen yesterday. What are the bounds of no man's land? You can see them clearly on either hand, a mound of rag bags grey in the sun, or a furrow of brown where the earthworks run from the eastern hills to the western sea, through field or forest o'er river and lea. No man may pass them, but aim you well and death rides across on the bullet or shell. But no man's land is a goblin sight when patrols crawl over at dead o' night. Boche or British, Belgian or French, you dice with death when you cross the trench. When the rapid, like fireflies in the dark, flits down the parapet spark by spark, and you drop for cover to keep your head with your face on the breast of the 4 months dead. The man who ranges in no man's land is dogged by the shadows on either hand when the star shells flare, as it bursts o'erhead, scares the grey rats that feed on the dead, and the bursting bomb or the bayonet snatch may answer the click of your safety catch, for the lone patrol, with his life in his hand, is hunting for blood in no man's land. James H. Knight Atkin. Champagne, 1914-15. In the glad revels, in the happy fates, when cheeks are flushed, and glasses gilt and pearled with the sweet wine of France that concentrates the sunshine and the beauty of the world. Drink sometimes, you whose footsteps yet may tread the undisturbed, delightful paths of earth, to those whose blood, in pious duty shed, hallows the soil where that same wine had birth. Here, by devoted comrades laid away, along our lines they slumber where they fell, beside the crater at the firm d'Alger, and up the bloody slopes of La Pompelle. And round the city whose cathedral towers the enemies of beauty dared profane, and in the mat of multicolored flowers that clothed the sunny chalk fields of Champagne. Under the little crosses where they rise the soldier rests. Now round him undismayed the cannon thunders, and at night he lies at peace beneath the eternal fusillade. That other generations might possess, from shame and menace-freeing years to come, a richer heritage of happiness, he marched to that heroic martyrdom. Esteeming less the forfeit that he paid than undishonored that his flag might float over the towers of liberty, he made his breast the bulwark and his blood the moat. Obscurely sacrificed, his nameless tomb, bare of the sculptor's art, the poet's lines, summer shall flush with poppy fields in bloom, and autumn yellow with maturing vines. There the grape pickers at their harvesting shall lightly tread and load their wicker trays, blessing his memory as they toil and sing in the slant sunshine of October days. I love to think that if my blood should be so privileged to sink where his has sunk, I shall not pass from earth entirely, but when the banquet rings, when healths are drunk, and faces that the joys of living fill glow radiant with laughter and good cheer, in beaming cups some spark of me shall still brim toward the lips that once I held so dear. So shall one coveting no higher plane than nature clothes in color and flesh and tone, even from the grave put upward to attain the dreams youth cherished and missed and might have known. And that strong need that strove unsatisfied toward earthly beauty in all forms it wore, not death itself shall utterly divide from the beloved shapes it thirsted for. Alas, how many an adept for whose arms life held delicious offerings perished here, how many in the prime of all that charms, crowned with all gifts that conquer and endear. Honor them not so much with tears and flowers, but you with whom the sweet fulfillment lies, where in the anguish of atrocious hours turn their last thoughts and close their dying eyes. Rather, when music on bright gatherings lays its tender spell, and joy is uppermost, be mindful of the men they were, and raise your glasses to them in one silent toast. Drink to them, amorous of dear earth as well, they asked no tribute lovelier than this, and in the wine that ripened where they fell, oh, frame your lips as though it were a kiss. Alan Seeger. Champagne, France. July, 1915. Headquarters. A league and a league from the trenches, from the traversed maze of the lines, where daylong the sniper watches and daylong the bullet whines, and the cratered earth is in travail with mines and with countermines, here, where haply some woman dreamed, are those her roses that bloom in the garden beyond the windows of my littered working room. We have decked the map for our masters as a bride is decked for the groom. Fair, on each letter-numbered square, crossroad and mound and wire, loophole, redoubt, and emplacement, lie the targets their mouths desire, gay with purples and browns and blues, have we traced them their arcs of fire. and ever the tight keys chatter, and ever our keen wires bring word from the watchers a crouched below, word from the watchers a wing, and ever we hear the distant growl of our hid guns thundering. Hear it hardly, and turn again to our maps, where the trench lines crawl, red on the grey, and each with a sign for the ranging shrapnel's fall, snakes that our masters shall scotch at dawn, as is written here on the wall. For the weeks of our waiting draw to a close. There is scarcely a leaf astir in the garden beyond my windows, where the twilight shadows blur the blaze of some woman's roses. Bombardment orders, sir. Gilbert Franco. Home thoughts from Laventy. Green gardens in Laventy. Soldiers only know the street where the mud is churned and splashed about by battle-winning feet, and yet beside one stricken house there is a glimpse of grass. Look for it when you pass. Beyond the church, whose pitted spire seems balanced on a strand of swaying stone and tottering brick, two roofless ruins stand, and here, among the wreckage, where the back wall should have been, we found a garden green. The grass was never trodden on, the little path of gravel was overgrown with celandine. No other folk did travel along its weedy surface but the nimble-footed mouse, running from house to house. So all along the tender blades of soft and vivid grass we lay, nor heard the limber wheels that pass and ever pass in noisy continuity until their stony rattle seems in itself a battle. At length we rose up from this ease of tranquil happy mind, and searched the garden's little length some new pleasaunce to find, and there some yellow daffodils, and jasmine hanging high, did rest the tired eye. The fairest and most fragrant of the many sweets we found was a little bush of daphne flower upon a mossy mound, and so thick were the blossoms set, and so divine the scent, that we were well content. Hungry for spring I bent my head, the perfume fanned my face, and all my soul was dancing in that lovely little place, dancing with a measured step from wrecked and shattered towns away, upon the downs. I saw green banks of daffodil, slim poplars in the breeze, great tan-brown hares in gusty March a-courting on the leas, and meadows, with their glittering streams, and silver scurrying dace. Home, what a perfect place! Wyndham Tennant. A petition. All that a man might ask thou hast given me, England, birthright and happy childhood's long heartsease, and love whose range is deep beyond all sounding and wider than all seas, a heart to front the world and find God in it. Eyes blind enow but not too blind to see the lovely things behind the dross and darkness, and lovelier things to be, and friends whose loyalty time nor death shall weaken in quenchless hope and laughter's golden store. All that a man might ask thou hast given me, England, yet grant thou one thing more, that now when envious foes would spoil thy splendor, unversed in arms, a dreamer such as I, may in thy ranks be deemed not all unworthy, England, for thee to die. Robert Ernest Vernead. Fulfillment. Was there love once? I have forgotten her. Was there grief once? Grief yet is mine. Other loves I have, men rough, but men who stir more grief, more joy, than love of thee and thine. Faces cheerful, full of whimsical mirth, lined by the wind, burned by the sun, bodies enraptured by the abounding earth, as whose children we are brethren, one. And any moment may descend hot death to shatter limbs. Pulp, tear, blast beloved soldiers who love rough life and breath not less for dying faithful to the last. Oh, the fading eyes, the grimed face turned bony, oped mouth gushing, fallen head, lessening pressure of a hand, shrunk, clammed and stony. Oh, sudden spasm, release of the dead. Was there love once? I have forgotten her. Was there grief once? Grief yet is mine. O loved, living, dying, heroic soldier, all my joy, my grief, my love, are thine. Robert Nichols. The days march. The battery grides and jingles, mile succeeds to mile, shaking the noonday sunshine. The guns lunge out a while, and then are still a while. We amble along the highway, the reeking, powdery dust ascends and cakes our faces with a striped, sweaty crust. Under the still skies violet the heat throbs on the air. The white road's dusty radiance assumes a dark glare. With a head hot and heavy, and eyes that cannot rest, and a black heart burning in a stifled breast, I sit in the saddle, I feel the road unroll, and keep my senses straightened toward tomorrow's goal. There, over unknown meadows which we must reach at last, Day and night thunders a black and chilly blast. Heads forget heaviness, hearts forget spleen, for by that mighty winnowing being is blown clean. Light in the eyes again, strength in the hand, a spirit dares, dies, forgives, and can understand. And best, love comes back again after grief and shame, and along the wind of death throws a clean flame. The battery grides and jingles, mile succeeds to mile, suddenly battering the silence, the guns burst out awhile. I lift my head and smile. Robert Nichols. The Sign. We are here in a wood of little beeches, and the leaves are like black lace against a sky of nacre. One bough of clear promise across the moon. It is in this wise that God speaketh unto me. He layeth hands of healing upon my flesh, stilling it in an eternal peace, until my soul reaches out myriad and infinite hands toward Him, and is eased of its hunger. And I know that this passes, this implacable fury and torment of men, as a thing insensate and vain, and the stillness hath said unto me, over the tumult of sounds and shaken flame, out of the terrible beauty of wrath, I alone am eternal. One bough of clear promise across the moon. Frederick Manning. The Trenches. Endless lanes sunken in the clay, bays and traverses, fringed with wasted herbage, seed pods of blue scabious, and some lingering blooms, and the sky, seen as from a well, brilliant with frosty stars. We stumble, cursing, on the slippery duck boards. Goaded like the damned by some invisible wrath, a will stronger than weariness, stronger than animal fear, implacable and monotonous. Here a shaft, slanting, and below a dusty and flickering light from one feeble candle, and prone figures sleeping uneasily, murmuring, and men who cannot sleep, with faces impassive as masks, bright, feverish eyes, and drawn lips, sad, pitiless, terrible faces, each an incarnate curse. Here in a bay, a helmeted sentry silent and motionless, watching while two sleep, and he sees before him with indifferent eyes the blasted and torn land peopled with stiff prone forms, stupidly rigid, as though they had not been men. Dead are the lips where love laughed or sang, the hands of youth eager to lay hold of life, eyes that have laughed eyes, and these were begotten, O love, and lived lightly, and burnt with the lust of a man's first strength, ere they were rent. Almost at unawares, savagely, and strewn in bloody fragments, to be the carrion of rats and crows. And the sentry moves not, searching night for menace with weary eyes. Frederick Manning. Sonnets. I see across the chasm of flying years the pyre of Dido on the vacant shore. I see Medea's fury and hear the roar of rushing flames, the new bride's burning tears. And ever as still another vision peers through memory's mist to stir me more and more, I say that surely I have lived before and known this joy and trembled with these fears. The passion that they show me burns so high, their love, in me who have not looked on love, so fiercely flames, so wildly comes the cry of stricken women the warriors call above, that I would gladly lay me down, and die to wake again where Helen and Hector move. 2. The falling rain is music overhead, the dark night, lit by no intruding star, fit covering yields to thoughts that roam afar and turn again familiar paths to tread, where many a laden hour too quickly sped in happier times, before the dawn of war, before the spoiler had whet his sword to mar the faithful living and the mighty dead. It is not that my soul is weighed with woe, but rather wonder, seeing they do but sleep. As birds that in the sinking summer sweep across the heaven to happier climes to go, so they are gone, and sometimes we must weep, and sometimes, smiling, murmur, "Be it so!" Henry William Hutchinson. The Messines Road. The road that runs up to Messines is double-locked with gates of fire, barred with high ramparts, and between the unbridged river and the wire. None ever goes up to Messines, for death lurks all about the town, death holds the vale as his domain, and only death moves up and down. 2. Choked with wild weeds, and overgrown with rank grass, all torn and rent by war's opposing engines, strewn with debris from each day's event. And in the dark the broken trees, whose arching boughs were once its shade, grim and distorted, ghostly ease and groans their souls vexed and afraid. Yet here the farmer drove his cart, here friendly folk would meet and pass, here bore the good wife eggs to mart, and old and young walked up to mass. Here schoolboys lingered in the way, here the bent packmen labored by, and lovers at the end o' the day whispered their secret blushingly. A goodly road for simple needs, an avenue to praise and paint, kept by fair use from wreck and weeds, blessed by the shrine of its own saint. 3. The road that runs up to Messines. Ah, how we guard it day and night! And how they guard it, who o'erween a stricken people, with their might. But we shall go up to Messines even through that fire-defended gate, over and through all else between, and give the highway back its state. J. E. Stewart. The challenge of the guns. By day, by night, along the lines their dull boom rings, and that reverberating roar its challenge flings. Not only unto thee across the narrow sea, but from the loneliest vale in the last land's heart the sad-eyed watching mother sees her sons depart. And freighted full the tumbling waters of ocean are with aid for England from England's sons afar. The glass is dim, we see not wisely, far, nor well, but bred of English bone, and reared on freedom's wine, all that we have and are we lay on England's shrine. A. N. Field. The beach road by the wood. I know a beach road, a road where I would go. It runs up northward from Cruden Bay to Hull, and there, in the high woods, daffodils grow. And whoever walks along there stops short and sees, by the moist tree roots in a clearing of the trees, yellow great battalions of them, blowing in the breeze. While the spring sun brightens, and the dull sky clears, they blow their golden trumpets, those golden trumpeteers. They blow their golden trumpets, and they shake their glancing spears. And all the rocking beech trees are bright with buds again, and the green and open spaces are greener after rain, and far to southward one can hear the sullen, moaning rain. Once before I die I will leave the town behind, the loud town, the dark town that cramps and chills the mind, and I'll stand again bareheaded there in the sunlight and the wind. Yes, I shall stand where as a boy I stood above the dikes and levels in the beach road by the wood, and I'll smell again the sea breeze, salt and harsh and good. And there shall rise to me from that consecrated ground the old dreams, the lost dreams that years and cares have drowned, welling up within me and above me and around the song that I could never sing and the face I never found. Geoffrey Howard. German Prisoners. When first I saw you in the curious street like some platoon of soldier ghosts in grey, my mad impulse was all to smite and slay, to spit upon you, tread you 'neath my feet. But when I saw how each sad soul did greet my gaze with no sign of defiant frown, how from tired eyes looked spirits broken down, how each face showed the pale flag of defeat, and doubt, despair, and disillusionment, and how were grievous wounds on many a head. And on your garb red-faced was other red, and how you stooped as men whose strength was spent, I knew that we had suffered each as other, and could have grasped your hand and cried, "My brother!" Joseph Lee. But a short time to live! Our little hour, how swift it flies when poppies flare and lilies smile! How soon the fleeting minute dies, leaving us but a little while to dream our dream, to sing our song, to pick the fruit, to pluck the flower. The gods, they do not give us long, one little hour. Our little hour, how short it is when love with dew-eyed loveliness raises her lips for ours to kiss and dies within our first caress. Youth flickers out like wind-blown flame, sweets of today tomorrow sour, for time and death, relentless, claim our little hour. Our little hour, how short a tune to wage our wars, to fan our hates, to take our fill of armored crime, to troop our banners, storm the gates. Blood on the sword, our eyes blood-red, blind in our puny reign of power, do we forget how soon is sped our little hour? Our little hour, how soon it dies, how short a time to tell our beads, to chant our feeble litanies, to think sweet thoughts, to do good deeds. The altar lights grow pale and dim, the bells hang silent in the tower, so passes with the dying hymn our little hour. Leslie Coulson. Before action. By all the glories of the day, and the cool evening's benison, by the last sunset touch that lay upon the hills when day was done, by beauty lavishly outpoured, and blessings carelessly received, by all the days that I have lived, make me a soldier, Lord. By all men's hopes and fears, and all the wonders poets sing, the laughter of unclouded years, and every sad and lovely thing, by the romantic ages stored with high endeavor that was his, by all his mad catastrophes, make me a man, O Lord. I, that on my familiar hill saw with uncomprehending eyes 100 of thy sunsets spill their fresh and sanguine sacrifice, ere the sun swings his noonday sword, must say goodbye to all of this. By all the lights that I shall miss, help me to die, O Lord. W. N. Hodgson, Edward Melbourne. Courage. Alone amid the battle din untouched stands out one figure beautiful, serene. No grime of smoke nor reeking blood hath smutched the virgin brow of this unconquered queen. She is the joy of courage vanquishing the unstilled tremors of the fearful heart, and it is she that bids the poet sing, and gives to each the strength to bear his part. Her eye shall not be dimmed, but as a flame shall light the distant ages with its fire, that men may know the glory of her name, that purified our souls of fear's desire. And she doth calm our sorrow, soothe our pain, and she shall lead us back to peace again. Dinley Hussey. Optimism. At last there'll dawn the last of the long year that seemed to dream no end, whose every dawn but turned the world more drear, and slew some hope, or led away some friend. Or be you dark, or buffeting, or blind, we care not, day, but leave not death behind. The hours that feed on war go heavy-hearted, death is no fair wherewith to make hearts fain. Oh, we are sick to find that they who started with glamour in their eyes came not again. O day, be long and heavy if you will, but on our hopes set not a bitter heel. For tiny hopes like tiny flowers of spring will come, though death and ruin hold the land, though storms may roar they may not break the wing of the earthed lark whose song is ever bland. Fell your unpitiful, slow days of scorn, your kind shall die, and sweeter days be born. A. Victor Ratcliffe. The Battlefield. Around no fire the soldiers sleep tonight, but lie a-wearied on the ice-bound field, with cloaks wrapped round their sleeping forms, to shield them from the northern winds. Ere comes the light of morn brave men must arm, stern foes to fight. The sentry stands, his limbs with cold congealed, his head a-nod with sleep, he cannot yield, though sleep and snow in deadly force unite. Amongst the sleepers lies the boy awake, and wide-eyed plans brave glories that transcend the deeds of heroes dead. Then dreams o'ertake his tired-out brain, and lofty fancies blend to one grand theme, and through all barriers break to guard from hurt his faithful sleeping friend. Sidney Oswald. On les ora! Sold that shock bonum loquitur. See you that stretch of shell-torn mud spotted with pools of mire, crossed by a burst-abandoned trench and tortured strands of wire, where splintered pickets reel and sag and leprous trench rats play, that scour the devil's hunting ground to seek their carrion prey? That is the field my father loved, the field that once was mine, the land I nursed for my child's child as my father's did long sign. See there a mound of powdered stones, all flattened, smashed, and torn, gone black with damp and green with slime. Ere you and I were born my father's father built a little house and bare, and there I brought my woman home, that heap of rubble there. The soil of France. Fat fields and green that bred my blood and bone. Each wound that scars my bosom's pride burns deeper than my own. But yet there is one thing to say, one thing that pays for all, whatever lot our bodies know, whatever fate befall, we hold the line. We hold it still. My fields are no man's land, but the good God is debonair and holds us by the hand. On les ora! See there! And there I soaked heaps of huddled grey. My fields shall laugh, enriched by those who sought them for a prey. James H. Knight Atkin. To an old lady seen at a guest-house for soldiers. Quiet thou didst stand at thine appointed place, there was no press to purchase, younger grace attracts the youth of valor. Thou didst not know, like the old, kindly Martha, to and fro to haste. Yet one could say, in thine I prized the strength of calm that held in Mary's eyes. And when they came, thy gracious smile so wrought they knew that they were given, not that they bought. Thou didst not tempt to vauntings, and pretense was dumb before thy perfect woman's sense. Blessed who have seen, for they shall ever see the radiance of thy benignity. Alexander Robertson. The Casualty Clearing Station. A bowl of daffodils, a crimson quilted bed, sheets and pillows white as snow, white and gold and red, and sisters moving to and fro, with soft and silent tread. So all my spirit fills with pleasure infinite, and all the feathered wings of rest seem flocking from the radiant west to bear me through the night. See, how they close me in. They, and the sisters' arms. One eye is closed, The other lid is watching how my spirit slid towards some red-roofed farms, and having crept beneath them slept secure from war's alarms. Gilbert Waterhouse. Hills of Home. Oh! Yon hills are filled with sunlight, and the green leaves paled to gold, and the smoking mists of autumn hanging faintly o'er the wold. I dream of hills of other days whose sides I loved to roam when spring was dancing through the lanes of those distant hills of home. The winds of heaven gathered there as pure and cold as dew. Wood sorrel and wild violets along the hedgerows grew, the blossom on the pear trees was as white as flakes of foam in the orchard 'neath the shadow of those distant hills of home. The first white frost in the meadow will be shining there today, and the furrowed upland glinting warm beside the woodland way. There, a bright face and a clear hearth will be waiting when I come, and my heart is throbbing wildly for those distant hills of home. Malcolm Humphrey. The Red Cross spirit speaks. Wherever war, with its red woes, or flood, or fire, or famine goes, there, too, go I. If earth in any quarter quakes, or pestilence its ravage makes, thither I fly. I kneel behind the soldier's trench, I walk mid shambles smear and stench, the dead I mourn. I bear the stretcher and I bend o'er Fritz and Pierre and Jack to mend what shells have torn. I go wherever men may dare, I go wherever woman's care and love can live, wherever strength and skill can bring surcease to human suffering, or solace give. I helped upon Haldora's shore, with hospitaller knights I bore the first Red Cross. I was the Lady of the Lamp, I saw in Solferino's camp the crimson loss. I am your pennies and your pounds, I am your bodies on their rounds of pain afar, I am you, doing what you would if you were only where you could, your avatar. The cross which on my arm I wear, the flag which o'er my breast I bear, is but the sign of what you'd sacrifice for him who suffers on the hellish rim of war's red line. John Finley. Chaplain to the Forces. I have once more to remark upon the devotion to duty, courage, and contempt of danger which has characterized the work of the chaplains of the army throughout this campaign. Sir John French, in the Neuve Chapelle Dispatch. Ambassador of Christ, you go up to the very gates of hell, through fog of powder, storm of shell, to speak your master's message. Lo, the Prince of Peace is with you still, his peace be with you, his goodwill. It is not small, your priesthood's price. To be a man and yet stand by, to hold your life while others die, to bless, not share the sacrifice, to watch the strife and take no part, you with the fire at your heart. But yours, for our great Captain Christ, to know the sweat of agony, the darkness of Gethsemane, in anguish for these souls unpriced. Vicegerent of God's pity you, a sword must pierce your own soul through. In the pale gleam of newborn day, apart in some tree-shadowed place, your altar but a packing case, rude as the shed where Mary lay, your sanctuary the rain-drenched sod, you bring the kneeling soldier God. As sentinel you guard the gate twixt life and death, and unto death speed the brave soul whose failing breath shudders not at the grip of fate, but answers, gallant to the end. Christ is the Word, and I his friend. Then God go with you, priest of God, for all is well and shall be well. What though you tread the roads of hell, your captain these same ways has trod. Above the anguish and the loss still floats the ensign of his cross. Winifred M. Letts. Song of the Red Cross. O gracious ones, we bless your name upon our bended knee, the voice of love with tongue of flame records your charity. Your hearts, your lives right willingly ye gave, that sacred Ruth might shine, ye fell, bright spirits, brave amongst the brave, compassionate, divine. Example from your lustrous deeds the conqueror shall take, sowing sublime and fruitful seeds of Ados in this ache. And when our griefs have passed on gloomy wing, when friend and foe are sped, sons of a morning to be born shall sing the radiant cross of red, sons of a morning to be born shall sing the radiant cross of red. Eden Philpotts. The Healers. In a vision of the night I saw them, in the battles of the night. Mid the roar and the reeling shadows of blood they were moving like light. Light of the reason, guarded tense within the will, as a lantern under a tossing of boughs burns steady and still. With scrutiny calm, and with fingers patient as swift they bind up the hurts and the pain-writhen bodies uplift. Untired and defenseless, around them was shrieks in its breath burst stark from the terrible horizon impersonal death. But they take not their courage from anger that blinds the hot being, they take not their pity from weakness, tender yet seeing, feeling, yet nerved to the uttermost, keen, like steel, yet the wounds of the mind they are stricken with, who shall heal? They endure to have eyes of the watcher in hell, and not swerve for an hour from the faith that they follow, the light that they serve. Man true to man, to his kindness that overflows all, to his spirit erect in the thunder when all his forts fall. This light, in the tiger mad welter, they serve and they save. What song shall be worthy to sing of them, braver than the brave? Lawrence Binyon. The Red Cross Nurses. Out where the line of battle cleaves the horizon of woe and sightless warriors clutch the leaves, the Red Cross nurses go. In where the cots of agony mark death's unmeasured tide, bear up the battle's harvestry, the Red Cross nurses glide. Look! Where the hell of steel has torn its way through slumbering earth, the orphaned urchins kneel forlorn and wonder at their birth. Until, above them, calm and wise with smile and guiding hand, God looking through their gentle eyes, the Red Cross nurses stand. Thomas L. Masson. Kilmeny, a song of the trawlers. Dark, dark lay the drifters against the red west, as they shot their long meshes of steel overside, and the oily green waters were rocking to rest when Kilmeny went out, at the turn of the tide. And nobody knew where that lassie would roam, for the magic that called her was tapping unseen. It was well nigh a week ere Kilmeny came home, and nobody knew where Kilmeny had been. She'd a gun at her bow that was Newcastle's best, and a gun at her stern that was fresh from the Clyde, and a secret her skipper had never confessed, not even at dawn, to his newly wed bride, and a wireless that whispered above like a gnome, the laughter of London, the boasts of Berlin. Oh, it may have been mermaids that lured her from home, but nobody knew where Kilmeny had been. It was dark when Kilmeny came home from her quest, with her bridge dabbled red where her skipper had died, but she moved like a bride with a rose at her breast, and, "Well done, Kilmeny!" the Admiral cried. Now at 64 fathom a conger may come, and nose at the bones of a drowned submarine. But late in the evening Kilmeny came home, and nobody knew where Kilmeny had been. There's a wandering shadow that stares at the foam, though they sing all the night to Old England, their queen. Late, late in the evening Kilmeny came home, and nobody knew where Kilmeny had been. Alfred Noyes. The Minesweepers. Dawn off the foreland, the young flood making jumbled and short and steep, black in the hollows and bright where it's breaking, awkward water to sweep. Mines reported in the fairway, warn all traffic and detain. Sent up Unity, Clarabelle, Assyrian, Stormcock, and Golden Gain. Noon off the foreland, the first ebb making lumpy and strong in the bite. Boom after boom, and the golf hut shaking and the jackdaws wild with fright. Mines located in the fairway, boats now working up the chain, sweepers, Unity, Clarabelle, Assyrian, Stormcock, and Golden Gain. Dusk off the foreland, the last light going and the traffic crowding through, and 5 damned trawlers with their sirenes blowing heading the whole review. Sweep completed in the fairway. No more mines remain. Sent back Unity, Clarabelle, Assyrian, Stormcock, and Golden Gain. Rudyard Kipling _ Mare Liberum. You dare to say with perjured lips, "We fight to make the ocean free." You, whose black trail of butchered ships bestrews the bed of every sea where German submarines have wrought their horrors. Have you never thought, what you call freedom, men call piracy? Unnumbered ghosts that haunt the wave where you have murdered cry you down, and seamen whom you would not save weave now in weed-grown depths a crown of shame for your imperious head, a dark memorial of the dead, women and children whom you left to drown. Nay, not till thieves are set to guard the gold, and corsairs called to keep o'er peaceful commerce watch and ward, and wolves to herd the helpless sheep, shall men and women look to thee, thou ruthless old man of the sea, to safeguard law and freedom on the deep. In nobler breeds we put our trust, the nations in whose sacred lore the ought stands out above the must, and honor rules in peace and war. With these we hold in soul and heart, with these we choose our lot and part, till liberty is safe on sea and shore. Henry Van Dyke. February 11, 1917. The Dawn Patrol. Sometimes I fly at dawn above the sea, where, underneath, the restless waters flow, silver, and cold, and slow. Dim in the east there burns a newborn sun, whose rosy gleams along the ripples run, save where the mist droops low, hiding the level loneliness from me. And now appears beneath the milk-white haze a little fleet of anchored ships, which lie in clustered company, and seem as they are yet fast bound by sleep, although the day has long begun to peep, with red inflamed eye, along the still, deserted ocean ways. The fresh, cold wind of dawn blows on my face as in the sun's raw heart I swiftly fly, and watch the seas glide by. Scarce human seem I, moving through the skies, and far removed from warlike enterprise, like some great gull on high whose white and gleaming wings beat on through space. Then do I feel with God quite alone, high in the virgin morn, so white and still, and free from human ill. My prayers transcend my feeble earth-bound plaints, as though I sang among the happy saints with many a holy thrill, as though the glowing sun were God's bright throne. My flight is done. I cross the line of foam that breaks around a town of grey and red, whose streets and squares lie dead beneath the silent dawn. Then am I proud that England's peace to guard I am allowed. Then bow my humble head, in thanks to him who brings me safely home. Paul Bucher. Destroyers off Jutland. If lost hounds could speak when they cast up next day after an unchecked night among the wild life of the dark, they would talk much as our destroyers do. Rudyard Kipling. They had hot scent across the spumy sea, Gehenna and her sister, swift Shaitan, that in the pack, with Goblin, Eblis ran and many a couple more, full cry, foot free. The dog Fox and his brood were fain to flee, but bare of fang and dangerous to the van that pressed them close. So when the kill began, some hounds were lamed and some died splendidly. But from the dusk along the Skagerrak, until dawn loomed upon the reef of Horn and the last fox had slunk back to his earth, they kept the great traditions of the pack, staunch-hearted through the hunt, as they were born, these hounds that England suckled at the birth. Reginald Mackintosh Cleveland. British Merchant Service. Oh, down by Millwall Basin as I went the other day, I met a skipper that I knew, and to him I did say, "Now what's the cargo, Captain, that brings you up this way?" "Oh, I've been up and down," said he, "and round about also. From Sydney to the Skagerrak, and Kiel to Callao, with a leaking steam pipe all the way to California, with pots and pans and ivory fans and every kind of thing, rails and nails and cotton bales, and sewer pipes and string. But now I'm through with cargoes, and I'm here to serve the king. And if it's sweeping mines, to which my fancy somewhat leans, or hanging out with booby traps for the skulking submarines, I'm here to do my blooming best and give the beggars beans. A rough job and a tough job is the best job for me, and what or where I don't much care, I'll take what it may be, for a tight place is the right place when it's foul weather at sea. There's not a port he doesn't know from Melbourne to New York, he's as hard as a lump of harness beef, and as salt as pickled pork. And he'll stand by a wreck in a murdering gale and count it part of his work. He's the terror of the FOCSLA when he heals its various ills with turpentine and mustard leaves, and poultices and pills. But he knows the sea like the palm of his hand, as a shepherd knows the hills. He'll spin you yarns from dawn to dark, and half of them are true. He swears in a score of languages, and maybe talks in two. And he'll lower a boat in a hurricane to save a drowning crew. A rough job or a tough job, he's handled 2 or 3, and what or where he won't much care, nor ask what the risk may be. For a tight place is the right place when it's wild weather at sea. C. Fox Smith. To a soldier in hospital. Courage came to you with your boyhood's grace of ardent life and limb. Each day new dangers steeled you to the test, to ride, to climb, to swim. Your hot blood taught you carelessness of death with every breath. So when you went to play another game you could not but be brave, an empire's team, a rougher football field, the end, perhaps your grave. What matter? On the winning of a goal you staked your soul. Yes, you wore courage as you wore your youth with carelessness and joy. But in what Spartan school of discipline did you get patience, boy? How did you learn to bear this long-drawn pain and not complain? Restless with throbbing hopes, with thwarted aims, impulsive as a colt, how do you lie here month by weary month helpless, and not revolt? What joy can these monotonous days afford here in a ward? Yet you are merry as the birds in spring, or feign the gaiety, lest those who dress and tend your wound each day should guess the agony. Lest they should suffer, This the only fear you let draw near. Graybeard philosophy has sought in books and argument this truth, that man is greater than his pain, but you have learned it in your youth. You know the wisdom taught by Calvary at 23. Death would have found you brave, but braver still you face each lagging day, a merry stoic, patient, chivalrous, divinely kind and gay. You bear your knowledge lightly, graduate of unkind fate. Careless philosopher, the first to laugh, the latest to complain. Unmindful that you taught me this in your long fight with pain. Since God made man so good, here stands my creed, God's good indeed. Winifred M. Letts. Between the lines. When consciousness came back, he found he lay between the opposing fires, but could not tell on which hand were his friends, and either way for him to turn was chancy, bullet and shell whistling and shrieking over him, as the glare of searchlights scoured the darkness to blind day. He scrambled to his hands and knees ascare, dragging his wounded foot through puddled clay, and tumbled in a hole a shell had scooped at random in a turnip field between the unseen trenches where the foes lay cooped through that unending battle of unseen, deadlocked, league-stretching armies. And quite spent he rolled upon his back within the pit, and lay secure, thinking of all it meant, his lying in that little hole, sore hit, but living, while across the starry sky shrapnel and shell went screeching overhead, of all it meant that he, Tom Dodd, should lie among the Belgian turnips, while his bed. If it were he, indeed, who'd climbed each night, faggy with the day's work, up the narrow stair, and slipped his clothes off in the candlelight, too tired to fold them neatly in a chair the way his mother taught him, too dog-tired after the long days serving in the shop, inquiring what each customer required, politely talking whether fit to drop. And now for 14 days and nights, at least, he hadn't had his clothes off, and had lain in muddy trenches, napping like a beast with one eye open, under sun and rain and that unceasing hellfire. It was strange how things turned out, the chances. You just got to take your luck in life, you couldn't change your luck. And so here he was lying shot who just 6 months ago had thought to spend his days behind a counter. Still, perhaps. And now, God only knew how he would end. He'd like to know how many of the chaps had won back to the trench alive, when he had fallen wounded and been left for dead, if any. This was different, certainly, from selling knots of tape and reels of thread and knots of tape and reels of thread and knots of tape and reels of thread and knots of tape, day in, day out, and answering, "Have you got S and do you keep S?" till there seemed no escape from everlasting serving in a shop, inquiring what each customer required, politely talking whether fit to drop, with swollen ankles, tired. But he was tired now. Every bone was aching, and had ached for 14 days and nights in that wet trench, just duller when he slept than when he waked, crouching for shelter from the steady drench of shell and shrapnel. That old trench, it seemed almost like home to him. He'd slept and fed and sung and smoked in it, while shrapnel screamed and shells went whining harmless overhead, harmless, at least, as far as he. But Dick hadn't found them harmless yesterday, at breakfast, when he'd said he couldn't stick eating dry bread, and crawled out the back way, and brought them butter in a lordly dish, butter enough for all, and held it high, yellow and fresh and clean as you would wish, when plump upon the plate from out the sky a shell fell bursting. Where the butter went, God only knew. And Dick. He dared not think of what had come to Dick. Or what it meant, the shrieking and the whistling and the stink he'd lived in 14 days and nights. 'Twas luck that he still lived. And queer how little then he seemed to care, that Dick. Perhaps 'twas pluck that hardened him, a man among the men, perhaps. Yet, only think things out a bit, and he was rabbit-livered blue with funk. And he'd like Dick, and yet when Dick was hit he hadn't turned a hair. The meanest skunk he should have thought would feel it when his mate was blown to smithereens. Dick, proud as punch, grinning like sin, and holding up the plate. But he had gone on munching his dry hunch, unwinking, till he swallowed the last crumb. Perhaps 'twas just because he dared not let his mind run upon Dick, who'd been his chum. He dared not now, though he could not forget. Dick took his luck. And life or death, 'twas luck from first to last, and you just got to trust your luck and grin. It wasn't so much pluck as knowing that you'd got to, when needs must, and better to die grinning. Quiet now had fallen on the night. On either hand the guns were quiet. Cool upon his brow the quiet darkness brooded, as he scanned the starry sky. He'd never seen before so many stars. Although, of course, he'd known that there were stars, somehow before the war he never realized them, so thick sown, millions and millions. Serving in the shop, stars didn't count for much, and then at night strolling the pavements, dull and fit to drop, you didn't see much but the city lights. He'd never in his life seen so much sky as he'd seen this last fortnight. It was queer the things war taught you. He'd a mind to try to count the stars. They shone so bright and clear. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, God, but he was tired. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, it was number 8. And what was the next thing that she required? Too bad of customers to come so late. At closing time, again within the shop he handled knots of tape and reels of thread, politely talking weather, fit to drop. When once again the whole sky overhead flared blind with searchlights, and the shriek of shell and scream of shrapnel roused him. Drowsily he stared about him, wondering. Then he fell into deep dreamless slumber. He could see 2 dark eyes peeping at him, ere he knew he was awake, and it again was day, an August morning, burning to clear blue. The frightened rabbit scuttled. Far away, a sound of firing. Up there, in the sky big dragonflies hung hovering. Snowballs burst about them. Flies and snowballs. With a cry he crouched to watch the airman pass, the first that he'd seen under fire. Lord, that was pluck, shells bursting all about them, and what nerve! They took their chance, and trusted to their luck. At such a dizzy height to dip and swerve, dodging the shell fire. Hell! But one was hit, and tumbling like a pigeon plump. Thank heaven, it righted, and then turned, and after it the whole flock followed safe. 4, 5, 6, 7, yes, they were all there safe. He hoped they'd win back to their lines in safety. They deserved, even if they were Germans. 'Twas no sin to wish them luck. Think how that beggar swerved just in the nick of time. He, too, must try to win back to the lines, though, likely as not, he'd take the wrong turn. But he couldn't lie forever in that hungry hole and rot. He'd got to take his luck, to take his chance of being sniped by foes or friends. He'd be with any luck in Germany or France or Kingdom Come, next morning. Drearily the blazing day burned over him, shot and shell whistling and whining ceaselessly. But light faded at last, and as the darkness fell he rose, and crawled away into the night. Wilfred Wilson Gibson. The White Comrade. After W. H. Leatham's The Comrade in White. Under our curtain of fire, over the clotted clods, we charged, to be withered, to reel and despairingly wheel when the bugles bade us retire from the terrible odds. As we ebbed with the battle tide, fingers of red-hot steel suddenly closed on my side. I fell, and began to pray. I crawled on my hands and lay where a shallow crater yawned wide, then I swooned. When I woke, it was yet day. Fierce was the pain of my wound, but I saw it was death to stir, for 50 paces away their trenches were. In torture I prayed for the dark and the stealthy step of my friend who, staunch to the very end, would creep to the danger zone and offer his life as a mark to save my own. Night fell. I heard his tread, not stealthy, but firm and serene, as if my comrade's head were lifted far from that scene of passion and pain and dread, as if my comrade's heart in carnage took no part, as if my comrade's feet were set on some radiant street such as no darkness might haunt, as if my comrade's eyes no deluge of flame could surprise, no death and destruction daunt, no red-beaked bird dismay, nor sight of decay. Then in the bursting shell's dim light I saw he was clad in white. For a moment I thought that I saw the smock of a shepherd in search of his flock. Alert were the enemy, too, and their bullets flew straight at a mark no bullet could fail, for the seeker was tall and his robe was bright, but he did not flee nor quail. Instead, with unhurrying stride he came, and gathering my tall frame, like a child, in his arms. Again I swooned, and awoke from a blissful dream in a cave by a stream. My silent comrade had bound my side. No pain now was mine, but a wish that I spoke, a mastering wish to serve this man who had ventured through hell my doom to revoke, as only the truest of comrades can. I begged him to tell me how best I might aid him, and urgently prayed him never to leave me, whatever betide, when I saw he was hurt, shot through the hands that were clasped in prayer. Then, as the dark drops gathered there and fell in the dirt, the wounds of my friend seemed to me such as no man might bear. Those bullet holes in the patient hands seemed to transcend all horrors that ever these war-drenched lands had known or would know till the mad world's end. Then suddenly I was aware that his feet had been wounded, too, and dimming the white of his side, a dull stain grew. "You are hurt, white comrade!" I cried. His words I already foreknew. "These are old wounds," said he, "but of late they have troubled me." Robert Haven Schaffler. Fleuret. The wounded Canadian speaks. My leg? It's off at the knee. Do I miss it? Well, some. You see, I've had it since I was born, and lately a devilish corn. I rather chuckle with glee to think how I've fooled that corn. But I'll hobble around all right. It isn't that, it's my face. Oh, I know I'm a hideous sight, hardly a thing in place. Sort of gargoyle, you'd say. Nurse won't give me a glass, but I see the folks as they pass shudder and turn away in distress. Mirror enough, I guess. I'm gay. You bet I am gay, but I wasn't a while ago. If you'd seen me even today, the darndest picture of woe, with this Caliban mug of mine, so ravaged and raw and red, turned to the wall, in fine wishing that I was dead. What has happened since then, since I lay with my face to the wall, the most despairing of men? Listen! I'll tell you all. That Poilu across the way, with the shrapnel wound on his head, has a sister. She came today to sit awhile by his bed. All morning I heard him fret. Oh, when will she come, Fleuret? Then sudden, a joyous cry, the tripping of little feet, the softest, tenderest sigh, a voice so fresh and sweet, clear as a silver bell, fresh as the morning dews. Say toi, Marcel! Mon frère, come j'y suis heureuse! So over the blanket's rim I raised my terrible face, and I saw how I envied him. A girl of such delicate grace, 16, all laughter and love, as gay as a linnet, and yet as tenderly sweet as a dove, half woman, half child, Fleuret. Then I turned to the wall again. I was awfully blue, you see, and I thought with a bitter pain. Such visions are not for me. So there like a log I lay, all hidden, I thought, from view, when sudden I heard her say, "Ah! Who is that Malurix?" Then briefly I heard him tell, however he came to know, how I'd smothered a bomb that fell into the trench, and so none of my men were hit, though it busted me up a bit. Well, I didn't quiver an eye, and he chattered and there she sat, and I fancied I heard her sigh, but I wouldn't just swear to that. And maybe she wasn't so bright, though she talked in a merry strain, and I closed my eyes ever so tight, yet I saw her ever so plain, her dear little tilted nose, her delicate, dimpled chin, her mouth like a budding rose, and the glistening pearls within, her eyes like the violet, such a rare little queen, Fleuret. And at last when she rose to go, the light was a little dim, and I ventured to peep, and so I saw her, graceful and slim, and she kissed him, and oh how I envied and envied him. So when she was gone I said in rather a dreary voice to him of the opposite bed, "Ah, friend, how you must rejoice! But me, I'm a thing of dread. For me nevermore the bliss, the thrill of a woman's kiss." Then I stopped, for lo! She was there, and a great light shone in her eyes. And me! I could only stare, I was taken so by surprise, when gently she bent her head. "May I kiss you, Sergeant?" she said. Then she kissed my burning lips, with her mouth like a scented flower, and I thrilled to the fingertips, and I hadn't even the power to say, "God bless you, dear!" And I felt such a precious tear fall on my withered cheek, and darn it! I couldn't speak. And so she went sadly away, and I know that my eyes were wet. Ah, not to my dying day will I forget. Can you wonder now I am gay? God bless her, that little Fleuret. Robert W. Service. Not to keep. They sent him back to her. The letter came saying, and she could have him. And before she could be sure there was no hidden ill under the formal writing, he was in her sight, living. They gave him back to her alive, how else? They are not known to send the dead, and not disfigured visibly. His face? His hands? She had to look to ask. What was it, dear? And she had given all, and still she had all. They the lucky. Wasn't she glad now? Everything seemed won, and all the rest for them permissible ease. She had to ask. What was it, dear? Enough, yet not enough. A bullet through and through, high in the breast. Nothing but what good care and medicine and rest, and you a week, can cure me of to go again. The same grim giving to do over for them both. She dared no more than ask him with her eyes how was it with him for a second trial. And with his eyes he asked her not to ask. They had given him back to her, but not to keep. Robert Frost. The dead eye. Blow out, you bugles, over the rich dead. There's none of these so lonely and poor of old, but dying has made us rarer gifts than gold. These laid the world away, poured out the red sweet wine of youth, gave up the years to be of work and joy, and that unhope serene, that men call age, and those who would have been their sons, they gave their immortality. Blow, bugles, blow! They brought us, for our dearth, holiness, lack so long, and love, and pain. Honor has come back, as a king, to earth, and paid his subjects with a royal wage, and nobleness walks in our ways again, and we have come into our heritage. 2. These hearts were woven of human joys and cares washed marvelously with sorrow, swift to mirth. The years had given them kindness. Dawn was theirs, and sunset, and the colors of the earth. These had seen movement and heard music, known slumber and waking, loved, gone proudly friend, felt the quick stir of wonder, sat alone, touched flowers and furs and cheeks. All this is ended. There are waters blown by changing winds to laughter and lit by the rich skies all day. And after frost, with a gesture, stays the waves that dance and wandering loveliness. He leaves a white unbroken glory, a gathered radiance, a width, a shining peace, under the night. Rupert Brooke. The Island of Skyros. Here, where we stood together, we three men, before the war had swept us to the east 3,000 miles away, I stand again and bear the bells, and breathe, and go to feast. We trod the same path, to the selfsame place, yet here I stand, having beheld their graves, Skyros whose shadows the great seas erase, and settle bar that ever more blood craves. So, since we communed here, our bones have been nearer, perhaps, than they again will be. Earth and the world-wide battle lie between, death lies between, and friend-destroying sea. Yet here, a year ago, we talked and stood as I stand now, with pulses beating blood. I saw her like a shadow on the sky in the last light, a blur upon the sea, then the gale's darkness put the shadow by. But from one grave that island talked to me, and in the midnight, in the breaking storm, I saw its blackness and a blinking light, and thought, so death obscures your gentle form, so memory strives to make the darkness bright, and in that heap of rocks, your body lies, part of the island till the planet ends, my gentle comrade, beautiful and wise, part of this crag this bitter surge offends, while I, who pass, a little obscure thing, war with this force, and breathe, and am its king. John Masefield. For the fallen. With proud thanksgiving, a mother for her children, England mourns for her dead across the sea. Flesh of her flesh they were, spirit of her spirit, fallen in the cause of the free. Solemn the drums thrill, death august and royal sings sorrow up into immortal spheres. There is music in the midst of desolation and a glory that shines upon our tears. They went with songs to the battle, they were young, straight of limb, true of eye, steady and aglow. They were staunch to the end against odds uncounted, they fell with their faces to the foe. They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old, age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning we will remember them. They mingle not with their laughing comrades again, they sit no more at familiar tables of home, they have no lot in our labor of the daytime, they sleep beyond England's foam. But where our desires are and our hopes profound, felt as a wellspring that is hidden from sight, to the innermost heart of their own land they are known as the stars are known to the night. As the stars that shall be bright when we are dust, moving in marches upon the heavenly plain, as the stars that are starry in the time of our darkness, to the end they remain. Lawrence Binyon. 2 Sonnets I. Saints have adored the lofty soul of you. Poets have whitened at your high renown. We stand among the many millions who do hourly wait to pass your pathway down. You, so familiar, once were strange, we tried to live as of your presence unaware. But now in every road on every side we see your straight and steadfast signpost there. I think it like that signpost in my land hoary and tall, which pointed me to go upward, into the hills, on the right hand, where the mists swim and the winds shriek and blow, a homeless land and friendless, but a land I did not know and that I wished to know. 2. Such is death, no triumph, no defeat, only an empty pail, a slate rubbed clean, a merciful putting away of what has been. And this we know, death is not life effete, life crushed, the broken pail. We who have seen so marvelous things know well the end not yet. Victor and vanquished are A1 in death, coward and brave, friend, foe. Ghosts do not say, "Come, what was your record when you drew breath?" But a big blot has hit each yesterday so poor, so manifestly incomplete. And your bright promise, withered long and sped, is touched, stirs, rises, opens and grows sweet and blossoms and is you, when you are dead. Charles Hamilton Sorley. June 12, 1915. How sleep the brave? Nay, nay, sweet England, do not grieve. Not one of these poor men who died but did within his soul believe that death for thee was glorified. Ever they watched it hovering near that mystery yon thought to plumb, perchance sometimes in loathed fear they heard cold danger whisper, "Come!" Heard and obeyed. Oh, if thou weep such courage and honor, beauty, care, be it for joy that those whose sleep only thy joy could share. Walter de la Mare. The debt. No more old England will they see, those men who've died for you and me. So lone and cold they lie, but we still have life, we still may greet our pleasant friends in home and street, we still have life, are able still to climb the turf of Bignor Hill, to see the placid sheep go by, to hear the sheepdog's eager cry, to feel the sun, to taste the rain, to smell the autumn scents again beneath the brown and gold and red which old October's brush has spread, to hear the robin in the lane, to look upon the English sky. So young they were, so strong and well, until the bitter summons fell, too young to die. Yet there on foreign soil they lie, so pitiful, with glassy eye and limbs all tumbled anyhow, quite finished, now. On every heart, lest we forget, secure at home, engrave this debt. Too delicate is flesh to be the shield that nations interpose twixt red ambition and his foes, the bastion of liberty. So beautiful their bodies were, built with so exquisite a care, so young and fit and lithe and fair. The very flower of us were they, the very flower, but yesterday. Yet now so pitiful they lie, where love of country bade them hie to fight this fierce caprice, and die. All mangled now, where shells have burst, and lead and steel have done their worst, the tender tissues ploughed away, the year's slow processes effaced, the mother of us all, disgraced. And some leave wives behind, young wives. Already some have launched new lives, a little daughter, little son, for thus this blundering world goes on. But nevermore will any see the old secure felicity, the kindnesses that made us glad before the world went mad. They'll never hear another bird, another gay or loving word. Those men who lie so cold and lone, far in a country not their own, those men who died for you and me, that England still might sheltered be and all our lives go on the same, although to live is almost shame. E.V. Lucas. Requiescant. In lonely watches night by night great visions burst upon my sight, for down the stretches of the sky the hosts of dead go marching by. Strange ghostly banners o'er them float, strange bugles sound an awful note, and all their faces and their eyes are lit with starlight from the skies. The anguish and the pain have passed, and peace hath come to them at last, but in the stern looks linger still the iron purpose and the will. Dear Christ, who reign'st above the flood of human tears and human blood, a weary road these men have trod, O house them in the home of God. Frederick George Scott. In a field near Ypres. April, 1915. To our fallen. Ye sleepers, who will sing you? We can but give our tears, ye dead men, who shall bring you fame in the coming years? Brave souls, but who remembers the flame that fired your embers? Deep, deep the sleep that holds you who one time had no peers. Yet maybe fame's but seeming in praise you'd set aside, content to go on dreaming, happy to have died if of all things you prayed for, all things your valor paid for, one prayer is not forgotten, one purchase not denied. But God grants your dear England a strength that shall not cease till she have won for all the earth from ruthless men release, and made supreme upon her mercy and truth and honor. Is this the thing you died for? Oh, brothers, sleep in peace. Robert Ernest Vernead. The Old Soldier. Lest the young soldiers be strange in heaven, God bids the old soldier they all adored come to him and wait for them, clean, new shriven, a happy doorkeeper in the house of the Lord. Lest it abash them, the strange new splendor, lest it affright them, the new robes clean. Here's an old face, now, long tried, and tender, a word and a hand clasp as they troop in. My boys, he greets them, and heaven is homely, he their great captain in days gone o'er. Dear is the friend's face, honest and comely, waiting to welcome them by the strange door. Catherine Tynan. Lord Kitchener. Unflinching hero, watchful to foresee and face thy country's peril wheresoe'er, directing war and peace with equal care, till by long duty ennobled thou wert he whom England called and bade. Set my arm free to obey my will and save my honor fair. What day the foe presumed on her despair, and she herself had trust in none but thee. Among Herculean deeds the miracle that massed the labor of 10 years in one shall be thy monument. Thy work was done ere we could thank thee, and the high sea's swell surgeth unheeding where thy proud ship fell by the lone Orkneys, at the set of sun. Robert Bridges. June 8, 1916. Kitchener. There is wild water from the north. The headlands darken in their foam as with the threat of challenge stubborn earth booms at that far wild sea lion charging home. The night shall stand upon the shifting sea as yesternight stood there, and hear the cry of waters through the air, the iron voice of headlands start and rise, the noise of winds for mastery that screams to hear the thunder in those cries. But now henceforth there shall be heard from Brough of Bursey, Marwick Head, and shadows of the distant coast, another voice bestirred, telling of something greatly lost somewhere below the tidal glooms, and dead. Beyond the uttermost of aught the night may hear on any seas from tempest-known wild waters cry, and roar of iron shadows looming from the shore, it shall be heard, and when the orcades sleep in a hushed Atlantic starry folds as smoothly as, far down below the tides, sleep on the windless broad sea wolds where this night's shipwreck hides. By many a sea home where the shock of ocean's battle falls, and into spray gives up its ghosts of strife, by reef and rock ravaged by their eternal brood affray with monstrous frenzies of their shore's green foe, where over stream and over fall and undertow strive, snatch away, a wistful voice, without a sound, shall dwell beside Pomona, on the sea, and speak the homeward and the outward bound, and touch the helm of passing minds and bid them steer as wistfully, saying, He did great work until the winds and waters hereabout that night betrayed him to the drifting death. His work went on, he would not be gainsaid. Though where his bones are, no man knows, not one. John Helston. The Fallen Subaltern. The star shells float above, the bayonets glisten. We bear our fallen friend without a sound. Below the waiting legions lie and listen to us, who march upon their burial ground. Wound in the flag of England, here we lay him. The guns will flash and thunder o'er the grave. What other winding sheet should now array him? What other music should salute the brave? As goes the sun god in his chariot glorious, when all his golden banners are unfurled, so goes the soldier, fallen but victorious, and leaves behind a twilight in the world. And those who come this way, in days hereafter, will know that here a boy for England fell, who looked at danger with the eyes of laughter, and on the charge his days were ended well. One last salute. The bayonets clash and glisten. With arms reversed we go without a sound. One more has joined the men who lie and listen to us, who march upon their burial ground. Herbert Asquith. 1915. The Debt Unpayable. What have I given, bold sailor on the sea, in earth or heaven, that you should die for me? What can I give, O soldier, leal and brave, long as I live, to pay the life you gave? What tithe or part can I return to thee, O stricken heart, that thou shouldst break for me. The wind of death for you has slain life's flowers, it withereth, God grant, all weeds in ours. F.W. Bourdelin. The Messages. I cannot quite remember. There were 5 dropped dead beside me in the trench, and 3 whispered their dying messages to me. Back from the trenches, more dead than alive, stone-deaf and dazed, and with a broken knee, he hobbled slowly, muttering vacantly. I cannot quite remember. There were 5 dropped dead beside me in the trench, and 3 whispered their dying messages to me. Their friends are waiting, wondering how they thrive, waiting a word in silence patiently. But what they said, or who their friends may be, I cannot quite remember. There were 5 dropped dead beside me in the trench, and 3 whispered their dying messages to me. Wilfred Wilson Gibson. Across in Flanders. In the face of death, they say, he joked, he had no fear. His comrades, when they laid him in a Flanders grave, wrote on a rough-hewn cross, a Calvary stood near. Without a fear he gave his life, cheering his men, with laughter on his lips. So wrote they, mourning him. Yet was there only one who fully understood his laughter, his gay quips, one only, she alone. She who, not so long since, when love was new, confessed herself toyed with light laughter while her eyes were dim, and jested, while with reverence despite her jest she worshipped God in him. She knew, O love, O death, his soul had been at grips with the most solemn things. For she, was she not dear? Yes, he was brave, most brave, with laughter on his lips, the braver for his fear. G. Rostrover Hamilton. Resurrection. Not long did we lie on the torn, red field of pain. We fell, we lay, we slumbered, we took rest, with the wild nerves quiet at last, and the vexed brain cleared of the winged nightmares, and the breast freed of the heavy dreams of hearts afar. We rose at last under the morning star. We rose, and greeted our brothers, and welcomed our foes. We rose, like the wheat when the wind is over, we rose. With shouts we rose, with gasps and incredulous cries, with bursts of singing, and silence, and awestruck eyes, with broken laughter, half tears, we rose from the sod, with welling tears and with glad lips, whispering, God. Like babes, refreshed from sleep, like children, we rose, brimming with deep content, from our dreamless repose. And, what do you call it? Asked one. I thought I was dead. You are, cried another. We're all of us dead and flat. I'm alive as a cricket. There's something wrong with your head. They stretched their limbs and argued it out where they Saturday, and over the wide field friend and foe spoke of small things, remembering not old woe of war and hunger, hatred and fierce words. They sat and listened to the brooks and birds, and watched the starlight perish in pale flame, wondering what God would look like when he came. Hermann Hagedorn. To a hero. We may not know how fared your soul before occasion came to try it by this test. Perchance, it used on lofty wings to soar, again, it may have dwelt in lowly nest. We do not know if bygone knightly strain impelled you then, or blood of humble clod defied the dread adventure to attain the cross of honor or the peace of God. We see but this, that when the moment came you raised on high, then drained the solemn cup, the grail of death, that, touched by valor's flame, the kindled spirit burned the body up. Oscar C. A. Child. Rupert Brooke, in memoriam. I never knew you save as all men know twitter of mating birds, flutter of wings in April coverts, and the streams that flow, one of the happy voices of our springs. A voice forever stilled, a memory, since you went eastward with the fighting ships, a hero of the great new Odyssey, and God has laid his finger on your lips. Moray Dalton. The Players. We challenged death. He threw with weighted dice. We laughed and paid the forfeit, glad to pay, being recompensed beyond our sacrifice with that nor death nor time can take away. Francis Bickley. A Song. Oh, red is the English rose, and the lilies of France are pale, and the poppies grow in the golden wheat, for the men whose eyes are heavy with sleep, where the ground is red as the English rose, and the lips as the lilies of France are pale, and the ebbing pulses beat fainter and fainter and fail. Oh, red is the English rose, and the lilies of France are pale. and the poppies lie in the level corn for the men who sleep and never return. But wherever they lie, an English rose so red, and a lily of France so pale, will grow for a love that never and never can fail. Charles Alexander Richmond. Harvest Moon. Over the twilight field, over the glimmering field and bleeding furrows, with their sodden yield of sheaves that still did writhe, after the scythe, the teeming field, and darkly overstrewn with all the garnered fullness of that noon, two looked upon each other. One was a woman, men had called their mother, and one the harvest moon. And one the harvest moon who stood, who gazed on those unquiet gleanings, where they bled, till the lone woman said, "But we were crazed. We should laugh now together, I and you, we two. You, for your ever dreaming it was worth a star's while to look on, and light the earth, and I, for ever telling to my mind glory it was in gladness, to give birth to humankind. I gave the breath, and thought it not amiss, I gave the breath to men, for men to slay again, lording it over anguish, all to give my life, that men might live for this. You will be laughing now, remembering we called you once dead world, and barren thing. Yes, so we called you then, you, far more wise than to give life to men. Over the field that there gave back the skies a scattered upward stare from sightless eyes, the furrowed field that lay striving awhile, through many a bleeding dune of throbbing clay, but dumb and quiet soon, she looked, and went her way, the harvest moon. Josephine Preston Peabody. Harvest Moon 1916. Moon, slow rising, over the trembling sea rim, moon of the lifted tides and their folded burden. Look, look down, and gather the blinded oceans, moon of compassion. Come, white silence, over the one sea pathway, pour with hallowing hands on the surge and outcry, silver flame, and over the famished blackness, petals of moonlight. Once again, the formless void of a world wreck gropes its way through the echoing dark of chaos, tide on tide, to the calling, lost horizons, one in the darkness. You that veiled the light of the all-beholding, shed white tidings down to the dooms of longing, down to the timeless dark, and the sunken treasures, one in the darkness. Touch and hearken, under that shrouding silver, rise and fall, the heart of the sea and its legions, all and one with the breath of the deathless, rising and falling. Touch and waken so, to a far hereafter, ebb and flow the deep, and the dead in their longing, till at last, on the hungering face of the waters, there shall be light. Light of light, give us to see, for their sake. Light of light, grant them eternal peace, and let light perpetual shine upon them, light, everlasting. Josephine Preston Peabody. My son. Here is his little cambric frock that I laid by in lavender so sweet, and here his tiny shoe and sock I made with loving care for his dear feet. I fold the frock across my breast, and in imagination, ah, my sweet, once more I hush my babe to rest, and once again I warm those little feet. Where do those strong young feet now stand? In flooded trench, half numb to cold or pain, or marching through the desert sand to some dread place that they may never gain. God guide him and his men today. Though death may lurk in any tree or hill, his brave young spirit is their stay, trusting in that they'll follow where he will. They love him for his tender heart when poverty or sorrow asks his aid, but he must see each do his part. Of cowardice alone he is afraid. I ask no honors on the field, that other men have won as brave as he. I only pray that God may shield my son, and bring him safely back to me. Ada Tyrrell. To the others. This was the gleam then that lured from far your son and my son to the holy war, your son and my son for the accolade with the banner of Christ over them, in steel arrayed. All quiet roads of life ran on to this, when they were little for their mother's kiss. Little feet hastening, so soft, unworn, to the vows and the vigil and the road of thorn. Your son and my son, the downy things, sheltered in mother's breast, by mother's wings, should they be broken in the Lord's wars, peace. He who has given them, are they not his? Dream of knight's armor and the battle shout, fighting and falling at the last redoubt, dream of long dying on the field of slain. This was the dream that lured, nor lured in vain. These were the voices they heard from far, bugles and trumpets of the holy war. Your son and my son have heard the call, your son and my son have stormed the wall. Your son and my son, clean as new swords, your man and my man and now the Lord's. Your son and my son for the great crusade, with the banner of Christ over them, our knights new made. Catherine Tynan. The Journey. I went upon a journey to countries far away, from province unto province to pass my holiday. And when I came to Serbia, in a quiet little town at an inn with a flower-filled garden with a soldier I sat down. Now he lies dead at Belgrade. You heard the cannon roar. It boomed from Rome to Stockholm, it pealed to the far west shore. And when I came to Russia, a man with flowing hair called me his friend and showed me a flowing river there. Now he lies dead at Lemberg, beside another stream, in his dark eyes extinguished the friendship of his dream. And then I crossed 2 countries whose names on my lips are sealed. Not yet had they flung their challenge nor led upon the field. Sons who lie dead at Liege, dead by the Russian lance, dead in southern mountains, dead through the farms of France. I stopped in the land of Louvain, so tranquil, happy then. I lived with a good old woman, with her sons and her grandchildren. Now they lie dead at Louvain, those simple kindly folk. Some heard, some fled. It must be some slept, for they never woke. I came to France. I was thirsty. I sat me down to dine. The host and his young wife served me with bread and fruit and wine. Now he lies dead at Cambrai. He was sent among the first. In dreams she sees him dying of wounds, of heat, of thirst. At last I passed to Dover and saw upon the shore a tall young English captain and soldiers, many more. Now they lie dead at Dixmude, the brave, the strong, the young. I turn unto my homeland, all my journey sung. Grace Fallow Norton. A mother's dedication. Dear son of mine, the baby days are over, I can no longer shield you from the earth, yet in my heart always I must remember how through the dark I fought to give you birth. Dear son of mine, by all the lives behind you, by all our fathers fought for in the past, in this great war to which your birth has brought you, acquit you well, hold you our honor fast. God guard you, son of mine, where'er you wander, God lead the banners under which you fight. You are my all, I give you to the nation, God shall uphold you that you fight aright. Margaret Peterson. To a mother. Robbed mother of the stricken motherland, 2 hearts in one and one among the dead, before your grave with an uncovered head I, that am man, disquiet and silent stand in reverence. It is your blood they shed, it is your sacred self that they demand, for one you bore in joy and hope, and planned would make yourself eternal, now has fled. But though you yielded him unto the knife and altar with a royal sacrifice of your most precious self and dearer life, your master gem and pearl above all price, content you, for the dawn this night restores shall be the dayspring of his soul and yours. Eden Philpotts. Spring in wartime. I feel the spring far off, the faint, far scent of bud and leaf. Oh, how can spring take heart to come to a world in grief, deep grief? The sun turns north, the days grow long, later the evening star grows bright. How can the daylight linger on for men to fight, still fight? The grass is waking in the ground, soon it will rise and blow in waves. How can it have the heart to sway over the graves, new graves? Under the boughs where lovers walk the apple blooms will shed their breath. But what of all the lovers now parted by death, grey death? Sarah Teasdale. Occasional Notes. Asquith, Herbert. He received a commission in the Royal Marine Artillery at the end of 1914 and served as a second lieutenant with an anti-aircraft battery in April 1915, returning wounded during the following June. He became a full lieutenant in July, but was invalided home after about 6 weeks. In June 1916, he joined the Royal Field Artillery and went out to France once again with a battery of field guns at the beginning of March 1917. Since that time he has been steadily on active service. Beersher Paul. He was educated at St. Paul's School, and is a sub-lieutenant in the Royal Naval Air Service. Binion Lawrence. His war writings include The Winnowing Fan and The Anvil, published in America under the title of The Cause. Bridges Robert. He has been Poet Laureate of England since 1913. Brooke Rupert. He was born at Rugby on August 3, 1887, and became a Fellow of King's College, Cambridge, in 1913. He was made a sub-lieutenant in the Royal Naval Volunteer Reserve in September 1914, accompanied the Antwerp expedition in October of the same year, and sailed with the British Mediterranean Expeditionary Force on February 28, 1915. He died in the Aegean on April 23 and lies buried in the island of Skyros. See the memorial poems in this volume, The Island of Skyros, by John Masefield, and Rupert Brooke, by Moray Dalton. His war poetry appears in the volume entitled 1914 and Other Poems, and in his collected poems. Campbell, Wilfred. This well-known Canadian poet has lately published sagas of vaster Britain, war lyrics, and Canada's responsibility to the Empire. His son, Captain Basil Campbell, joined the Second Pioneers. Chesterton, Cecil Edward. He has been editor of the New Witness since 1912, and is a private in the Highland Light Infantry. His war writings include The Prussian Hath Said in His Heart, and The Perils of Peace. Chesterton, Gilbert Keith. This brilliant and versatile author has written many essays on phases of the war, including weekly contributions to the Illustrated London News. Cohn, Helen Gray. She has been professor of English in Hunter College since 1899. Her war poetry appears in the volume entitled A Chant of Love for England, and Other Poems. Coulson, Leslie. He joined the British Army in September 1914, declined a commission and served in Egypt, Malta, Gallipoli, where he was wounded, and France. He became sergeant in the City of London Regiment, Royal Fusiliers, and was mortally wounded while leading a charge against the Germans in October 1916. Dixon, William MacNeill. He is Professor of English Language and Literature in the University of Glasgow. His war writings include The British Navy at War and The Fleets Behind the Fleet. Doyle, Sir Arthur Conan. He has written much of interest on the war, especially as regards the Western campaigns. Field, and he is a private in the 2nd New Zealand Brigade. Frankaw Gilbert. Upon the declaration of war, he joined the 9th East Surrey Regiment, Infantry, with the rank of lieutenant. He was transferred to the Royal Field Artillery in March 1915, and was appointed adjutant during the following July. He proceeded to France in that capacity, fought in the Battle of Loos, served at Ypres during the winter of 1915-16, and thereafter took part in the Battle of the Somme. In October 1916, he was recalled to England, was promoted to the rank of staff captain in the Intelligence Corps, and was sent to Italy to engage in special duties. Freeman, John. He was lieutenant colonel in the Russian A.M.S. on the bacteriological mission to Galicia, 1914. Galsworthy, John. Mr. Galsworthy, the well-known novelist, poet, and dramatist, served for several months as an expert masser in an English hospital for French soldiers at Martaret. Gibson, Wilfred Wilson. His war writings include Battle, etc. Grenfell, the Han. Julian Diesso. He was a captain in the 1st Royal Dragoons, was wounded near Ypres on March 13, 1915, and died at Boulogne on May 26. He was the eldest son of Lord Desborough. Julian set an example of light-hearted courage, wrote Lieutenant Colonel Mauchlinken, of the 8th Service Battalion Rifle Brigade, which is famous all through the army in France, and has stood out even above the most lion-hearted. Hall, James Norman. He is a member of the American Aviation Corps in France, and author of Kitchener's Mob and High Adventure. He was captured by the Germans, May 7, 1918, after an air battle inside the enemy's lines. Hardy Thomas. He received the Order of Merit in 1910. Humphrey Malcolm. He is a Lance Corporal in the Army Ordnance Corps, Nairobi, British East Africa. Hewlett Maurice Henry. He has published a group of his war poems under the title Sing-Songs of the War. Hodgson, W.N. He was the son of the Bishop of Ipswich and Edmondsbury, and was a lieutenant in the Devon Regiment. His pen name is Edward Melbourne. He won the Military Cross. He was killed during the Battle of the Somme, in July 1916. Howard Jeffrey. He is a lieutenant in the Royal Fusiliers. Hussey Dyneley. He is a lieutenant in the 13th Battalion of the Lancashire Fusiliers, and has published his war poems in a volume entitled Fleur de Lis. Hutchinson, Henry William. He was the son of Sir Sidney Hutchinson, and was educated at St. Paul's School. He was a second lieutenant in the Middlesex Regiment. He was killed while on active service in France, March 13, 1917, at the age of 19. Kaufman, Herbert. He has published The Song of the Guns, which was later republished as The Hell Gate of Soissons. Kipling, Rudyard. Mr. Kipling won the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1907. His war writings include The New Armies in Training, France at War, and Sea Warfare. Knight Adkin, James. When war was declared, he was a master at the Imperial Service College, Windsor, and lieutenant in the Officers' Training Corps. He volunteered on the first day of the war and was attached to the 4th Battalion, Gloucester Regiment. He went into the trenches in March 1915, was wounded in June, and was invalided home. In 1916 he returned to France, and is now a captain in charge of a prisoner of war camp. Lee Joseph. He enlisted, at the outbreak of the war, as a private in the 1SD/4th Battalion of the Black Watch, Royal Highlanders, in which corps he has served on all parts of the British front in France and Flanders. Sergeant Lee has both composed and illustrated a volume of war poems entitled Ballads of Battle. Lucas, Edward Verrill. Mr. Lucas has undertaken hospital service. Masefield, John. Mr. Masefield, whose lectures in America early in 1916 quickened interest in his work and personality, has been very active during the war. He has written an excellent study of the campaign on the Gallipoli Peninsula, having served there and also in France in connection with Red Cross work. Morgan, Charles Langbridge. He is a sub-lieutenant in the Royal Naval Division and is a prisoner of war in Holland. Newbolt, Sir Henry. He is the author of the Book of the Thin Red Line, Story of the Oxfordshire and Buckinghamshire Light Infantry, and Stories of the Great War. Noyes, Alfred. His war writings include A Salute to the Fleet, etc. Ogilvie, William Henry. He was professor of agricultural journalism in the Iowa State College, USA, from 1905 to 1907. His war writings include Australia and Other Verses. Oswald Sidney. He is a major in the King's Royal Rifle Corps. Phillips Stephen. His war writings include Armageddon, etc. He died December 9, 1915. Philpotts Eden. Among his war writings are The Human Boy and the War, and Plain Song, 1914-16. Ratcliffe A. Victor. He was a lieutenant in the 10th/13th West Yorkshire Regiment, and was killed in action on July 1, 1916. Rawnsley, Rev. Hardwick Drummond. He has been Canon of Carlisle and honorary chaplain to the King since 1912. Robertson, Alexander. He is a corporal in the 12th York and Lancaster Regiment. He was reported missing in July 1916. Ross, Sir Ronald. He is the president of the Poetry Society of Great Britain, and is a lieutenant colonel in the Royal Army Medical Corps. Scollard, Clinton. His war writings include The Vale of Shadows, and Other Verses of the Great War, and Italy in Arms, and Other Verses. Scott, Canon Frederick George. He is a major in the 3rd Brigade of the 1st Canadian Division, British Expeditionary Force. Seaman, Sir Owen. He has been the editor of Punch since 1906. His war writings include Wartime and Made in England. Seeger, Alan. Among the Americans who have served at the front there is none who has produced poetic work of such high quality as that of Alan Seeger. He was born in New York on June 22, 1888, was educated at the Horace Mann School, Hackley School, Tarrytown, New York, and Harvard College. In 1912 he went to Paris and lived the life of a student and writer in the Latin Quarter. During the 3rd week of the war he enlisted in the Foreign Legion of France. His service as a soldier was steady, loyal, and uncomplaining. Indeed, exultant would not be too strong a word to describe the spirit which seems constantly to have animated his military career. He took part in the Battle of Champagne. Afterwards, his regiment was allowed to recuperate until May 1916. On July 1 a general advance was ordered, and on the evening of July 4 the Legion was ordered to attack the village of Belloyen-Santerre. Seeger's squad was caught by the fire of 6 machine guns and he himself was wounded in several places, but he continued to cheer his comrades as they rushed on in what proved a successful charge. He died on the morning of July 5th. The 20 or more poems he wrote during active service are included in the collected poems by Alan Seeger, with an introduction by William Archer. Sorley, Charles Hamilton. He was born at Old Aberdeen on May 19, 1895. He was a student at Marlborough College from the autumn of 1908 until the end of 1913, at which time he was elected to a scholarship at University College, Oxford. After leaving school in England, he spent several months as a student and observer in Germany. When the war broke out, he returned home and was gazetted second lieutenant in the 7th Service Battalion of the Suffolk Regiment. In November, he was made a lieutenant, and in August 1915, a captain. He served in France from May 30th to October 13th, 1915, when he was killed in action near Hulloch. His war poems and letters appear in a volume entitled Marlborough and Other Poems, published by the Cambridge University Press. Stewart, J.E. He is a captain in the 8th Border Regiment, British Expeditionary Force. He was awarded the Military Cross in 1916. Tenant, Edward Wyndham. He was the son of Baron Glenconner, and was at Winchester when war was declared. He was only 17 when he joined the Grenadier Guards, 21st Battalion. He had 1 year's training in England, saw 1 year's active service in France, and fell, gallantly fighting, in the Battle of the Somme, 1916. Tynan, Catherine. Pen name of Mrs. Catherine Tynan Hinkson, whose war writings include The Flower of Peace, The Holy War, etc. Van Dyck, Henry. He has been professor of English literature in Princeton University since 1900, and was United States Minister to the Netherlands and Luxembourg from June 1913 to December 1916. He has published several war poems. He is the first American to receive an honorary degree at Oxford since the United States entered the war. The degree of Doctor of Civil Law was conferred upon him on May 8, 1917. Vernead, Robert Ernest. He was educated at St. Paul's School and at St. John's College, Oxford. On leaving college, he became a professional writer, producing several novels and 2 books of travel sketches, one dealing with India, the other with Canada. He was also author of a number of poems. At the outbreak of the war, he enlisted in the 19th Royal Fusiliers, known as the Public Schools Battalion, and received a commission as second lieutenant in the Rifle Brigade, in May 1915. He went to France in November 1915, and was wounded during the Battle of the Somme in September of the following year, but returned to the front in December. He died of wounds on April 9, 1917, in his 42nd year. Waterhouse, Gilbert. Lieutenant in the 2nd Essex Regiment. His war writings include Railhead and other poems. He is reported missing. Wharton, Edith. She has written Fighting France, etc. Index of First Lines. A bowl of daffodils, a league and a league from the trenches. From the traversed maze of the lines, a song of hate is a song of hell, a sudden swirl of song in the bright sky, a wind in the world. The dark departs, a winged death has smitten dumb thy bells, all that a man might ask thou hast given me. England, all the hills and valleys along alone amid the battle din, untouched ambassador of Christ, you go around no fire. The soldiers sleep tonight as I lay in the trenches, as when the shadow of the sun's eclipse at last ere dawn, the last of the long year. Awake, ye nations, slumbering supine. Because for once the sword broke in her hand before I knew, the dawn was on the road beneath fair Magdalen's story towers. Blow out, you bugles, over the rich dead broken, bewildered by the long retreat, brothers in blood. They who this wrong began burn from the oars rejected, draw us by all the deeds to thy dear glory done, by all the glories of the day, by night, along the lines their dull boom rings. Champion of human honor, let us lave come, death, I'd have a word with thee, courage came to you with your boyhood's grace. Dark, dark lay the drifters, against the red west dawn off the foreland, the young flood making dear son of mine, the baby days are over, dreary lay the long road, dreary lay the town. Endless lanes sunken in the clay, England, in this great fight to which you go, England, where the sacred flame Facing the guns, he jokes as well. Far fall the day when England's realm shall see for all we have, and our France line rose in the dawning grey from morn to midnight. All day through further and further we leave the scene. Give us a name to fill the mind, great names of thy great captains gone before, green gardens and lavendy guns of Verdun point to Metz. He said, Thou petty people, let me pass, hearken, the feet of the destroyer tread. Here is his little cambric frock, here lies a clerk who half his life had spent here, where we stood together, we 3 men. I cannot quite remember. There were 5, I feel the spring far off. Far off I have a rendezvous with death. I heard the rumbling guns, I saw the smoke, I know a beach road. I never knew you save, as all men know I pray for peace. Yet peace is but a prayer. I saw her first abreast the Boston light. I saw the spires of Oxford. I see across the chasm of flying years. I was out early today, spying about. I went upon a journey. I will die cheering, if I needs must die. If I should die, think only this of me. In a vision of the night I saw them in lonely watches night by night in the face of death. They say, he joked, he had no fear in the glad revels, in the happy fates it is portentous, and a thing of state. It was silent in the street. Land of the desolate, mother of tears, land of the martyrs, of the martyred dead led by Wilhelm, as you tell, lest the young soldiers be strange in heaven. Low and brown barns, thatched and repatched and tattered. Men of my blood, you English men! Men of the 21st moon, slow rising, over the trembling sea rim, mother and child. Though the dividing sea my leg? It's off at the knee. My name is Derino, the poet. You have heard? Oui, Comédie Française. Nay, nay, sweet England, do not grieve. Near where the royal victims fell, no man's land is an eerie sight. No more old England will they see. Not long did we lie on the torn, red field of pain. Not since Wren's dome has whispered with man's prayer, not with her ruined silver spires. Now is the midnight of the nations dark. Now lamplit gardens in the blue dusk shine. Now slowly sinks the day-long laboring sun. Now spake the Emperor to all his shining battle forces. O gracious ones, we bless your name. O living pictures of the dead, O race that Caesar knew. Of all my dreams by night and day often I think of you, Jimmy Dono, down by the Millwall Basin as I went the other day. O, red is the English rose. O, yon hills are filled with sunlight, and the green leaves paled to gold. Our little hour, how swift it flies out where the line of battle cleaves over the twilight field. Cavive? Who passes by up there? Quiet thou didst stand at thine appointed place. Robbed mother of the stricken motherland. Saints have adored the lofty soul of you. See you that stretch of shell-torn mud, spotted with pools of mire, shadow by shadow. Stripped for fight, she came not into the presence as a martyred saint might come. She was binding the wounds of her enemies when they came, shyly expectant. Gazing up at her, sometimes I fly at dawn above the sea. The battery grides and jingles, the falling rain is music overhead. The first to climb the parapet, the horror-haunted Belgian plains riven by shot and shell. The naked earth is warm with spring. The road that runs up to Messina's, the star shells float above. The bayonets glisten. There are 5 men in the moonlight. There is a hill in England. There is wild water from the north. They had hot scent across the spumy sea. They sent him back to her. The letter came. This is my faith and my mind's heritage. This is the ballad of Langmark. This was the gleam then that lured from far those who have stood for thy cause when the dark was around thee. Thou warden of the western gate, above Manhattan Bay, thou, whose deep ways are in the sea. 300,000 men, but not enough to the judge of right and wrong. Tea was in the piping time of peace. Under our curtain of fire, under the towpath passed the barge's unflinching hero, watchful to foresee. Was there love once? I have forgotten her. We are here in a wood of little beeches. We challenged death. He threw with weighted dice. We may not know how fared your soul before we willed it not. We have not lived in hate. What have I given? What is the gift we have given thee, sister? What of the faith and fire within us? What was it kept you so long, brave German submersible? When battles were fought, when consciousness came back, he found he lay when first I saw you in the curious street. When the fire sinks in the grate, and night has bent, when there is peace, our land no more, whence not unmoved I see the nations form wherever war, with its red woes, with arrows on their quarters and with numbers on their hoofs, with proud thanksgiving, a mother for her children. Ye sleepers, who will sing you? You dare to say with perjured lips you have become a forge of snow-white fire.